Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was adopted by Poseidon and raised alongside Percy Jackson at Camp Half-Blood. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Manhattan Kraken. Look, I didn't ask to be a walking, talking mythological crossover event. I didn't ask to have a lightning bolt scar on my forehead that throbs whenever a snake is within 5 miles, and I definitely didn't ask to be the only guy in New York City who carries a wand in one pocket and a celestial bronze dagger in the other. But here we are. If you're reading this because you think having 2 godly parents, one biological, one adopted, is cool, you're dead wrong. It usually just means you have twice the number of monsters trying to turn you into a shish kebab. My name is Harry. Technically, it's Harry James Potter. Legally, in the mortal world, it's Harry Evans. But on the streets of Manhattan and the training grounds of Camp Half-Blood, I'm just Percy Jackson's older brother. And right now, my brother was about to do something incredibly stupid. Don't touch it, Percy, I warned, leaning against the railing of the ferry. The wind was whipping my messy black hair into my eyes, carrying the scent of salt, gasoline, and impending doom. Percy, 12 years old and looking like he'd just rolled out of bed, hovered his hand over the unsuspecting tourist's lunch. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm just using the Force. You're not a Jedi, and that's a ham sandwich, I said, scanning the crowd. And stop fidgeting. You're making the water choppy. It was true. The New York harbor was usually restless, but today the waves were slapping against the hull of the ferry with a rhythm that matched Percy's ADHD-fueled heartbeat. We were on a field trip with Yancey Academy, a school for troubled kids, which was a polite way of saying future prison inmates and undiagnosed demigods. We were heading back from the Statue of Liberty, and the air felt heavy. Like the sky was holding its breath before a scream. Grover Underwood, our best friend and secret satyr protector, was chewing on his knuckles. He looked like he was about to pass out. Guys, he bleated, his voice cracking. Can we please just focus on blending in? Mrs. Dodds has been staring at us for 20 minutes. She hasn't blinked. I counted. I glanced over my shoulder. Mrs. Dodds, our pre-algebra teacher, was standing by the concession stand. She looked like a leather biker jacket that had been left in a dehydrator for a decade. Her eyes were black beads, and she was watching us with the intensity of a hawk eyeing a particularly juicy field mouse. She's just mad because I aced her pop quiz, I lied smoothly. I hadn't aced it. I'd cheated using a charm to make the answers appear on the chalkboard, but she couldn't prove that without admitting magic existed. She's a monster, Harry, Percy whispered, leaning in. I swear I saw her shadow flicker yesterday. It had wings. Drop it, I muttered, my hand instinctively drifting to the pocket of my jeans where my wand, 11 inches of holly, lay concealed. Just survive the trip, get back to the dorms, and we can bounce to camp on the weekend. Mom's making blue cookies. Mentioning Sally Jackson usually calmed Percy down, but today the ocean had other plans. The ferry lurched violently. A massive wave, easily 20 feet high, slammed into the starboard side. Screams erupted from the tourists as the boat tipped dangerously. Lunch trays slid across the deck, cameras shattered, and Nancy Bobo Fit, the resident bully, went sliding face first into a puddle of spilled soda. Whoa! Percy grabbed the railing, his knuckles white. I didn't do that. I swear. I know, I said, my voice dropping to a command tone. The air pressure plummeted. My ears popped. This wasn't a rogue wave. This was something hunting. Grover, get Percy inside. Now. What? No. Percy protested, trying to stand as the boat rocked back. Harry, look at the water. I looked. And I wished I hadn't. 50 yards out, the gray water of the harbor was boiling. Not bubbling, boiling. Steam hissed into the air as something massive rose from the depths. It wasn't a whale. Whales don't have scales the color of bruised iron. Whales don't have spines that look like serrated knives jutting out of their backs. And whales definitely don't have eyes the size of dinner plates that glow with radioactive yellow malice. A serpent. A sea serpent. A massive, ancient beast that looked like it had taken a wrong turn at the Bermuda Triangle and decided to grab a snack in the Big Apple. "That's not a whale," Grover squeaked, clutching his Rasta cap. "Ketos," I murmured, the ancient Greek name slipping off my tongue before I could stop it. "It's a starvation spirit of the deep." The creature roared, a sound like tearing metal that shattered the windows of the ferry's cabin. People hit the deck, covering their ears. The monster's head rose higher, towering over the ferry. It looked like a cross between a dragon and a moray eel, with rows of teeth that could shred a tank. "It's looking at us," Percy said, his voice surprisingly steady. The panic was gone, replaced by that scary focus he got when things went sideways. "Harry, it wants the bolt." "Shut up about the bolt," I hissed, pushing him behind me. "We don't have it." The monster lunged. It didn't attack the hull. It smashed its head onto the observation deck, snapping the steel railings like toothpicks. The impact threw me backward, and I hit the deck hard, rolling instantly to my feet. The creature hissed, a spray of toxic-smelling mist coating the deck. "Hey! Ugly!" I spun around. Percy. That idiot. He had grabbed a discarded soda can and chucked it. It bounced harmlessly off the monster's snout. The serpent blinked, shifting its gaze from the screaming masses to the scrawny 12-year-old in the orange hoodie. "Percy, move!" I roared. I didn't think. I reacted. My training at camp, and the private lessons I'd been giving myself in the forbidden section of my own magical heritage, kicked in. I sprinted forward, my hand diving into my pocket. Depulso. I didn't use a wand motion. I just shoved my palm forward, channeling the raw kinetic magic. A blast of invisible force hammered into the serpent's jaw, knocking its head to the side just as it snapped at Percy. The monster recoiled, confused. It wasn't used to lunch fighting back with physics-defying shoves. "Grover! Get everyone to the lower deck!" I shouted over the wind. "Percy, with me. We need to draw it away from the mortals." "How?" Percy yelled, scrambling to my side. "We're on a boat. There's nowhere to go. We're sons of Poseidon, genius. The water is the exit." The serpent shook off the stun and shrieked, rearing back for a strike that would crack the ferry in half. I could feel the water below us responding to its rage, and to ours. The harbor churned. "On 3. I yelled, drawing my wand fully now. I didn't care about the mist. I didn't care about the statute of secrecy. If this thing connected, 300 people died. We hit it with everything. "You pull, I push." "Got it," Percy said. He didn't ask what pull meant. He knew. The serpent struck. Now. Percy slammed his hands onto the deck floor. He didn't use magic words, he used his gut. A massive column of water erupted from the harbor, shooting straight up like a geyser. It slammed into the serpent's neck, uppercutting the beast with the force of a freight train. Simultaneously, I whipped my wand in a slashing arc diffindo. The severing charm, amplified by my adrenaline, cut through the air with a high-pitched whine. It hit the creature's underbelly, not deep enough to kill, but deep enough to hurt. Dark ichor sprayed across the white paint of the ferry. The monster thrashed, its tail whipping around and smashing the ferry's smokestack. Metal groaned and sheared. The boat listed dangerously to the left. "It's too big." Percy yelled, stumbling as the deck tilted. "We need a bigger hit." "I'm working on it." I scanned the environment. I needed water, but more than that, I needed leverage. Then, I saw her. Mrs. Dodds wasn't running. She wasn't screaming. She was standing on top of the concession stand, crouched like a gargoyle. And then, she exploded. Not literally. But her human disguise shredded away like wet paper. Leathery bat wings ripped through her tweed jacket. Her fingers elongated into razor-sharp talons. Her face melted into a snarling mask of a fury. "Alecto," I cursed. "Of course. It's a coordinated hit." She screeched, diving not at the monster, but at Percy. "Percy, 6 o'clock." I yelled, tackling my brother. The Fury's claws raked the air where his head had been a millisecond ago. We rolled across the wet deck, tangled in limbs. I kicked out, my boot connecting with the Fury's chest, sending her tumbling backward into a pile of life vests. "What is that?" Percy screamed, scrambling up. "Kindly one. Hades' cheerleader squad." I stood up, breathing hard. "The snake is the tank, she's the assassin. We're being pincered." The sea serpent recovered, shaking the water from its eyes. It looked properly pissed now. It opened its maw, and I saw a green light building in its throat. Bile. Acid. Shield. I barked. I stepped in front of Percy, planting my feet. I spun my wand in a complex spiral. Protego Maxima. A shimmering, translucent dome of blue energy erupted around us just as the serpent vomited a stream of corrosive acid. The slime hit the shield with a sound like bacon frying. The magic barrier trembled, cracked spiderwebbing across the surface, but it held. "Since when can you do the Maxima version?" Percy asked, eyes wide, watching the acid slide off the dome. "Since I didn't want to die in New York Harbor." I gritted my teeth, sweat stinging my eyes. The strain was immense. Magic was intent, but holding back a mythological beast's vomit took a lot of batteries. "Percy, drop the shield. I'm going offensive." "You handle the Bat Lady." "Me? You have the wand. You have Riptide. Use it." I dropped the shield. The air smelled of burnt ozone and rotten fish. Percy reached into his pocket and pulled out a ballpoint pen. He clicked it. Instantly, the pen grew, heavy and bronze, expanding into a 3-foot leaf-shaped sword that shimmered with a faint inner light. Riptide. The Fury, Alecto, launched herself at us again, screeching, "Where is it? Give it to me." Percy swung. He was clumsy compared to Luke, but he was fast. The blade whistled through the air, forcing Alecto to bank sharply to the left to avoid being sliced in half. "I don't have your stupid bolt," Percy yelled, taking a defensive stance. While he distracted the Fury, I turned my attention back to the serpent. It was coiling, preparing to wrap around the ferry and crush it. I needed to end this. Now. I sprinted toward the edge of the boat. "Harry! Where are you going?" Grover bleated from the doorway of the cabin. "Fishing." I yelled back. I leaped. I cleared the railing and plummeted toward the churning water below. To a normal human, this was suicide. To a son of Poseidon, this was a home field advantage. The moment my feet hit the water, I didn't sink. I willed the surface tension to hold. It felt like landing on a trampoline. I skidded across the waves, the spray energizing me instantly. The fatigue from the shield spell vanished, replaced by the thrumming power of the ocean. I ran across the surface of the harbor, circling the serpent. The beast tracked me, its yellow eyes narrowing. It saw a tiny, fast-moving target and decided I was the bigger threat. Good. "Hey! Overgrown garden hose!" I shouted, pointing my wand at its face. "Aguamenti!" A jet of water shot from my wand, not a trickle, but a firehose blast, empowered by the ocean beneath me. I aimed for its eyes. The high-pressure stream hit the creature directly in the left eye. It roared in pain, thrashing blindly. I kept running, sliding under its massive neck as it snapped at me. I was closing the distance. I needed to get close enough to use the contact spell I'd been working on. The serpent slammed its tail into the water, creating a tsunami that rushed toward me. I didn't dodge. I raised my left hand, my empty hand, and pushed. The wave split. It parted around me like the Red Sea, leaving a dry path straight to the monster's scaly hide. I jumped, propelled by a pillar of water that rose beneath my feet like an elevator. I launched myself into the air, landing on the creature's back. The scales were slippery and smelled like death, but I dug my fingers in. The monster bucked like a bronco. I held on with one hand, jamming my wand into a gap between its armored plates with the other. Foolman! I screamed. It wasn't a wizard spell. It was Latin. It was a prayer to the sky, channeled through a stick of wood. A crack of thunder shook the entire harbor. A bolt of lightning didn't fall from the sky, it erupted from the tip of my wand, discharging point-blank into the monster's nervous system. The serpent went rigid. Its skeleton lit up like a cartoon X-ray. It convulsed, a massive spasm that threw me off its back. I hit the water hard this time, plunging deep. The murky depths of the Hudson enveloped me. I could breathe, naturally, but I didn't stay down. I kicked upward, breaking the surface like a torpedo. The serpent was sinking. It wasn't dead, but it was fried. It slipped beneath the waves, retreating to the deep to lick its wounds. I stood on the water, heaving breaths, my clothes instantly drying as I willed the moisture away. Up on the ferry, the chaos was far from over. Percy was cornered. Alecto had brought friends. 2 more Furies had descended from the smoggy clouds, circling him like vultures. He was swinging Riptide wildly, keeping them at bay, but he was getting tired. Stupefy. A jet of red light shot from my wand as I surfed a wave back up to the deck level. The spell caught one of the new Furies in the chest. She froze mid-air, her wings locking up, and she dropped into the harbor with a splash. I vaulted over the railing, landing next to Percy. Back to back. Took you long enough. Percy panted, a cut on his cheek bleeding golden ichor mixed with red blood. Wait, just red blood. He wasn't fully divine yet. Did you kill it? Gave it a seizure, I said, eyeing Alecto. She was hovering 10 feet up, her whip crackling with dark energy. We need to go. Now. The ferry is dead in the water, Harry. The engine is smoking. We're not taking the ferry. Alecto dove. The helm. Give me the helm. I don't know what a helm is. Percy yelled, swiping at her. I grabbed Percy's collar. Hold your breath. Why? Because we're leaving. I pointed my wand at the floor of the deck. Bombarda. The explosion was controlled, but loud. It blew a hole in the railing and sent a cloud of debris into the Fury's face. She shrieked, blinded for a second. Jump! I yelled. We grabbed Grover, who had emerged from the cabin wielding an enchilada like a club, and the 3 of us dove off the side of the crippled ferry. We didn't hit the water. Before we could splash down, a yellow blur screeched to a halt on the concrete pier we were drifting near. A taxi. A beat-up, checkered NYC taxi that looked like it had been through a war zone. Get in, a voice rasped from the driver's side. I didn't ask questions. I grabbed Percy and Grover and essentially threw them into the back seat of the cab, diving in after them. Drive! I shouted. The taxi peeled out with a screech of burning rubber that defied physics. We were thrown back against the cracked leather seats. In the front seat sat 3 old women. They were passing a single electric blue eyeball between them. Oh, look, Tempest. A demigod sandwich, the driver cackled, swerving through traffic. She drove straight through a red light, narrowly missing a hot dog cart. "The Grey Sisters," I groaned, rubbing my temple. "Out of the frying pan, into the blender. They have one eye." Percy whispered frantically, looking at the rearview mirror. "Harry, that lady is driving blind. She has the eye now, Wasp." "Be quiet," the woman in the passenger seat snapped, snatching the glowing orb from her sister. "Where to, little lords?" the driver asked, drifting around a corner at 60 miles per hour. "Camp? Or the underworld? We have a special on one-way trips to Hades today." "Camp Half-Blood," I said firmly. "And if you get us there alive, I'll give you." I patted my pockets. I had 3 golden drachmas and a crumpled $5 bill. 30 drachmas. 30. The sisters gasped in unison. "Step on it," the third sister in the middle screamed. The taxi accelerated. The scenery outside became a blur. We weren't just driving fast, we were driving magically fast. Space was compressing. Manhattan melted into a gray smear. "Harry," Grover bleated, looking out the back window. "We have a problem. Bigger than the Furies. Different. Look." I turned. Behind us, keeping pace with the magically accelerated taxi, was a storm. Not a rainstorm. A localized hurricane of dust, debris, and rage. And in the center of it, running on 2 legs, was a massive, bull-headed figure. The Minotaur. "It's tracking our scent," I realized. The fairy attack was just the opener. They really want us dead today. "Why now?" Percy asked, gripping Riptide, which had turned back into a pen. "I've been normal all year." "You turned 12, I said grimly. "And you just used your powers in front of a Fury. You're on the radar, Perce. You're a beacon." The taxi swerved violently, exiting the highway and tearing down a country road on Long Island. The strawberry fields were visible in the distance, the magical borders of Camp Half-Blood. "We can't cross the line," the driver screeched. "Mortals strictly prohibited. Just get us to the hill." I yelled. The Minotaur roared behind us. He picked up a parked sedan and chucked it like a baseball. The car smashed into the asphalt 10 feet behind our taxi, showering us with glass and sparks. "Wasp, give me the eye. I can't see the pothole." "You're driving fine, anger. Just hit the gas." The taxi went airborne. We crested a hill, the tires leaving the ground for a terrifying 3 seconds, before slamming down onto the dirt road at the base of Half-Blood Hill. The brakes locked. The taxi spun 360 degrees and came to a halt in a cloud of dust. "Out! Out! Payment," the sisters shrieked. I tossed the coins onto the front seat. "Keep the change." We scrambled out. The air here smelled fresher, smelling of strawberries and pine, but it was tainted by the stench of wet fur and rotten meat. The Minotaur was closing in. He was 7 feet tall, wearing nothing but tidy whities, don't ask, and rippling with muscles that looked like steel cables. His horns were stained brown with dried blood. "Go." I shoved Percy and Grover toward the pine tree at the top of the hill. "Get inside the barrier." "What about you?" Percy yelled, stopping. "I'm not leaving you. I'm going to distract him. Run." I didn't wait for an argument. I turned to face the bullman. "Hey! Beefcake!" I waved my wand. "Over here." The Minotaur snorted, pawing the ground. He lowered his head, pointing those massive horns straight at my chest. He charged. I stood my ground. The ground shook with every step he took. It was like standing on a railroad track with a locomotive incoming. Wingardium Leviosa. I flicked my wand at a large boulder next to the road. The rock, weighing easily 500 pounds, shot into the air. With a slash of my wand, I hurled it at the charging beast. The boulder smashed into the Minotaur's shoulder. It didn't stop him, but it staggered him. He roared in annoyance, stumbling sideways. "Move, Percy!" I screamed over my shoulder. Percy was dragging Grover, who had fainted from the stress, typical satyr panic attack. They were halfway up the hill. The Minotaur recovered instantly. He ignored me and locked eyes on Percy. He smelled the god blood. He wanted the younger, fresher meat. "Oh no, you don't." I sprinted after the monster. I was fast, enhanced by the adrenaline and my heritage, but he was faster. He was gaining on them. I pocketed my wand and drew my dagger. It wasn't a sword, but it was sharp celestial bronze. "Percy!" Dodge left. Percy didn't look back. He dove to the left, dragging Grover with him. The Minotaur plowed past them, missing by inches. His momentum carried him into the giant pine tree, Talia's tree. The impact shook the ground, causing pine needles to rain down like green snow. The monster shook his head, dazed. I was there. I jumped onto his back, just like I had with the serpent. But this wasn't water. This was fur and muscle. He bucked, throwing his arm back to grab me. His massive hand wrapped around my ankle. "Arg!" I shouted as he squeezed. It felt like my bones were grinding together. He slammed me onto the ground. The air left my lungs. My vision blurred. He raised a hoof to stomp my chest in. "Hey!" Splash! Percy had crawled back. He had uncapped Riptide. He swung the sword, slashing the Minotaur's calf. The monster howled, turning his attention to Percy. He kicked out, sending Percy flying into a rock. Riptide skittered away into the tall grass. "Percy!" I forced myself up. My ankle screamed in protest. I raised my wand. My hand was shaking. I was tapped out. The harbor fight, the shield, the spells, I was running on fumes. The Minotaur loomed over Percy. He reached down, grabbing Percy by the neck. He lifted my brother into the air like a doll. Rage. Cold, icy rage flooded my veins. It wasn't the hot anger of a fight. It was the deep, crushing pressure of the ocean trench. The air around me dropped 10 degrees. "Put him down." The Minotaur turned to look at me, confused by the sudden drop in temperature. I didn't use a spell. I didn't use a technique. I just let the magic inside me, the Potter magic and the Poseidon blood, fuse into something raw. I thrust my hand forward. The water formed the storm clouds above, the humidity in the air, condensed instantly. A sphere of water formed around the Minotaur's head. I clenched my fist. The water turned to ice. The Minotaur thrashed, clawing at the block of solid ice encasing his head. He couldn't breathe. He dropped Percy. Percy hit the ground coughing, gasping for air. "Finish it, Percy!" I yelled, my vision tunneling. "The horn! Break the horn!" Percy didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled up, jumped onto the blinded, thrashing monster's back, and grabbed the right horn with both hands. He planted his feet on the beast's neck and pulled. Snap! The sound was like a gunshot. The horn broke off in Percy's hands. The Minotaur roared, a muffled, gurgling sound inside the ice block. Percy didn't hesitate. He drove the jagged end of the broken horn into the monster's ribs, right where the heart would be. The Minotaur stiffened. Then, he began to dissolve. First his legs, then his chest, turning into golden dust that blew away in the wind. The ice block fell to the ground with a thud, empty. Silence descended on the hill. I limped over to Percy. He was covered in dust, sweat, and monster residue. He looked terrified. "Harry," he gasped, dropping the horn. "Did we is he gone? He's gone, Percy, I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. He's gone. Thunder rumbled overhead. Not a storm. A signal. I looked up. Beyond the pine tree, down into the valley of Camp Half-Blood, the lights of the cabins were flickering on. Campers were running up the hill, armor clanking. We made it, Grover groaned from the grass, finally waking up. Did I miss the fight? Yeah, G-man. You missed it, I chuckled, though it sounded weak. My legs gave out. I sat down heavily in the grass. Percy knelt beside me. Harry. Your ankle. I'm fine, I lied. Just a sprain. Nothing a little ambrosia won't fix. A figure emerged from the crowd of campers. A centaur. Chiron. His white stallion body gleamed in the moonlight. He looked at the pile of monster dust, then at the broken horn, and finally at us. Harry Evans, Chiron said, his voice grave. And Percy Jackson. Hey, Chiron, I managed a grin. Field trip got a little wild. Hope you kept dinner warm. Chiron didn't smile. He looked at the sky. Get them to the infirmary. Immediately. The scent on them is strong enough to attract every monster from here to Chicago. As Apollo campers rushed forward with a stretcher for Grover, Percy grabbed my arm. Harry, he whispered. That water, the ice. How did you do that? You never did that before. I looked at my hands. They were trembling. I don't know, Percy. I think we just leveled up. I looked back at the skyline of New York in the distance. The storm clouds were clearing, revealing the moon. But I knew this was just the beginning. The sea serpent was a scout. The Minotaur was a brute. The Furies were messengers. Someone had stolen Zeus's lightning bolt. Someone had stolen something from the Department of Mysteries in London. And for some reason, the universe had decided it was our job to fix it. Welcome home, brother, I said, as the adrenaline finally crashed and darkness took the edges of my vision. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Capture the Flag, Extreme Edition. Waking up in the infirmary at Camp Half-Blood is a rite of passage. If you haven't woken up staring at the rough-hewn timber ceiling with the taste of liquid popcorn in your mouth, you aren't doing the demigod thing right. My head felt like a construction crew was using my skull for jackhammer practice. I groaned, trying to sit up, but a hand pushed me back down. Easy, Sparky. You burned through enough magical energy to light up Times Square. Give the nectar a minute to work. I cracked one eye open. Annabeth Chase was leaning over me. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail that looked like it meant business, and her storm-gray eyes were analyzing me like I was a particularly interesting math problem that had just exploded. Hey, wise girl, I rasped. Did we win? You survived, she corrected, handing me a square of ambrosia. Which, considering you picked a fight with a localized hurricane, counts as a win. Eat. I chewed the ambrosia. It tasted like warm treacle tart from the Hogwarts kitchens, comfort food. The pain in my ankle vanished instantly, replaced by a warm buzz that spread to my fingertips. I sat up, swinging my legs over the side of the cot. Percy? I asked, scanning the room. Sleeping, Annabeth pointed to the cot next to me. Percy was snoring loudly, drool pooling on his pillow. He looked fine, just exhausted. Grover was in the corner, munching on an empty soda can, looking guilty. He's tough, I said, watching my brother's chest rise and fall. He took a hit from the Minotaur and kept swinging. He's untrained, Annabeth countered, though her voice lacked its usual bite. And you're a paradox, Harry. I stood up, testing my weight. My body felt lighter, stronger. That's the thing about demigod recovery, we bounce back fast. I'm just a guy with a wand and a dagger, Annabeth. Don't overthink it. You used ice magic without a verbal incantation, she pressed, crossing her arms. And your wand. I saw the core flare. That wasn't normal unicorn hair or dragon heartstring. It pulsed like a star, I finished for her, grabbing my leather jacket from the chair. Look, we can play 20 questions later. Right now, I need to make sure Chiron knows the score. The Minotaur wasn't a random spawn. It was a hit. I walked out of the infirmary into the bright Long Island sunlight. The air smelled of strawberries and hot asphalt. The camp was buzzing. Satyrs were playing reed pipes by the volleyball court, dryads were flirting with the Apollo campers, and the clash of bronze on bronze rang out from the arena. It felt like home. But the tension was underneath everything. The campers were giving me looks. Some were awestruck, word of the Minotaur fight had clearly spread, but others looked wary. A wizard at Camp Half-Blood was always a weird vibe. I made my way to the big house. Mr. D, Dionysus, and Chiron were on the porch, playing pinochle. Mr. D was wearing his tiger print Hawaiian shirt, looking like a middle-aged tourist who hated everything. Ah, the prodigal wizard returns, Mr. D drawled, not looking up from his cards. I assume you destroyed some of my property on your way in. Perhaps a strawberry field or two. Just a minotaur, Mr. D, I said, leaning against the railing. And a chunk of the county road. Send the bill to Hades. Chiron galloped out of his wheelchair form, his white stallion lower half gleaming. Harry. It is good to see you on your feet. The barrier is strengthening, but the attack was concerning. It was a targeted strike, Chiron, I said, keeping my voice low so the nearby campers wouldn't hear. The Furies were on the ferry. They were looking for something. They thought Percy had it. Chiron's tail swished nervously. And does he? No. He didn't even know he was a demigod until yesterday. But someone thinks he's the thief. The solstice is approaching, Chiron murmured, looking at the sky. Zeus is impatient. If the bolt is not returned, I know, I cut him off. War. Civil war between the gods. And we're caught in the middle. I looked at the pinnacle table. Mr. D, if you know anything, I know that I am trying to enjoy my Diet Coke without hearing about my family's drama, Dionysus snapped, though his eyes flashed with purple fire for a second. Go away, Harry Evans. Go integrate your brother. If he survives until Friday, he can play capture the flag. If not, well, less paperwork for me. I pushed off the railing. Always a pleasure, sir. Integrating Percy was easier said than done. When he finally woke up, he was overwhelmed. I took him on the tour, the cabins, the arena, the mess hall. I introduced him to the Hermes cabin, where he'd be staying since he was undetermined. The Hermes cabin was a chaotic mess of sleeping bags, stolen candy, and teenagers who looked like they could pick a lock with a toothpick. Luke Castellan, the counselor, welcomed us with a grin that was a little too perfect. Harry. Luke clapped me on the back. He was tall, blond, and had that scar down his face that made him look dangerous and cool at the same time. Good to have you back. And this is the Minotaur Slayer? This is Percy, I said, putting a hand on Percy's shoulder. He's new. Treat him right, Luke. Or I'll turn your pillows into hedgehogs again. Luke laughed, a bright, easy sound. Relax, wizard. He's safe here. We're all family. Even the ones who don't know who their dad is. Percy looked around at the crowded cabin. Thanks. Is it always this crowded? Hermes takes everyone, Luke said, his smile tightening slightly. Travelers, thieves, and anyone who doesn't fit in. Until you get claimed, you're with us. I watched Luke closely. There was a bitterness in his eyes when he talked about the gods, a shadow that hadn't been there last summer. I filed it away. Everyone had daddy issues here, Luke's just seemed to be festering. The next few days were a blur of training. I took over Percy's sword instruction because, frankly, the camp curriculum was too rigid. They taught form, I taught survival. Don't look at the blade, look at the shoulder, I barked, parrying Percy's strike with my own celestial bronze sword. We were in the arena, dust swirling around our ankles. The shoulder moves before the arm. Percy grunted, swinging riptide again. He was getting better fast. Dangerously fast. It was like the sword was part of his arm. What if they use magic? Percy asked, stepping back and wiping sweat from his forehead. Like you. If they use magic, you close the distance, I said, flipping my sword into a reverse grip. Wizards are artillery, Percy. We're glass cannons. If you let me stand back and chant, I'll nuke you. If you get in my face, I panic. Most wizards can't take a punch. Can you take a punch? I grinned. Try me. Percy lunged. It was a feint. He dropped low, sweeping his leg to trip me. I hopped over the sweep, but he was ready. He used the momentum to spin and thrust riptide toward my chest. I didn't block with my sword. I snapped my left hand forward. Protego. A translucent shield shimmered into existence. Riptide bounced off it with a clang. The force knocked Percy backward onto his butt. Cheater, he groaned. Winner, I corrected, offering him a hand. There's no cheating in a fight for your life, Percy. Use everything. Dirt, water, magic, insults. If you're fighting fair, you're dying. Clarisse Larue, the head of the Ares cabin, was watching us from the stands. She was big, mean, and had been itching to crush Percy since he arrived. Touching, she sneered, hopping over the barrier. The wizard and the wimp. You guys ready for Friday? Or are you gonna call in sick? We'll be there, Clarisse, I said, my voice cool. Just make sure you polish that helmet. I'd hate to dent a dirty piece of armor. Clarisse growled. You're going down, Evans. Magic tricks won't save you in the woods. And as for the punk. She pointed her electric spear at Percy. We're gonna use him as a flagpole. She stormed off. Percy looked at me. She really hates us. She's Ares, I shrugged. Hating is her love language. Come on, let's get dinner. I'm starving, and if we're late, the Demeter cabin takes all the good pizza. Friday night. Capture the flag. The air in the woods was electric. Literally. The sky was clear, but the atmosphere felt heavy with the anticipation of violence. 2 teams. Blue and red. We were blue team, Athena and Hermes. Which meant we had the brains, Annabeth, and the numbers, Luke's army of thieves. Plus me and Percy. The red team was Ares, Apollo, and Hephaestus. Strength, range, and traps. A nasty combination. Annabeth had drawn up the plan in the dirt. Okay. Ares is going to rush. That's what they do. Clarisse will lead the charge straight for the flag. Luke, you take the flank with the Hermes cabin. Bypass their defenses and go for their flag. Harry, Percy, you're on defense. Defense? Percy complained. I want to fight. You'll get to fight, I promised, checking the straps on my leather armor. Clarisse is coming for us. She doesn't care about the flag. She wants a piece of the new guy. Harry's right, Annabeth said, her eyes gleaming in the torchlight. You're the bait, Percy. Harry is the trap. I love being the trap, I muttered, spinning my wand between my fingers. It sounds so ominous. The conch horn blew. Game on. The woods exploded into chaos. I could hear the shouts of the Ares campers echoing through the trees, kill. Maim. Burn. I grabbed Percy and we scrambled up a rocky outcrop near the creek that marked the boundary line. Stay here, I whispered, pressing my back against a tree. Keep Riptide ready. When she shows up, don't engage immediately. Let her come into the water. Why the water? Because, little brother, I grinned, feeling the familiar tug in my gut, water is our turf. We waited. The sounds of battle grew closer. I saw flashes of light in the distance, Apollo arrows flaring like fireworks. Someone triggered a Hephaestus tripwire, and a net of bronze chains snapped shut around a screaming Hermes kid. Then, the bushes crashed open. Clarisse emerged. She looked like a tank in human form. She was wearing full hoplite armor, her helmet plumes bristling red. Behind her were 4 other Ares campers, all looking equally ugly and eager. There he is. Clarisse yelled, pointing her spear at Percy. Get him. They charged. Now. I yelled. I didn't wait for them to reach Percy. I jumped down from the rock, landing in the soft mud of the creek bank. Lubricus. I slashed my wand at the ground in front of the charging Ares goons. The spell turned the mud into a substance slippery as oil. The 2 lead campers lost their footing instantly. Their legs went out from under them, and they face-planted into the muck with a wet slap, sliding uncontrollably into the creek. Magic freak! Clarisse roared, jumping over her fallen comrades. She didn't slip. She was focused. Her spear crackled with electricity. She thrust at me. I parried with my dagger, the celestial bronze ringing, but the force of her blow drove me back. She was strong. Incredibly strong. Percy, left flank. I shouted. Percy jumped in, swinging Riptide at Clarisse's exposed side. She spun, using the haft of her spear to block his strike, then kicked him in the chest. Percy stumbled back into the water. You're dead, punk. Clarisse raised her spear to deliver a shock that would fry Percy like a catfish. Expelliarmus. The red beam of light hit Clarisse's spear. It didn't fly out of her hand, she was holding it too tight, but the impact jerked her arm back violently, ruining her aim. The electric discharge fizzled into the air. Enough with the stick, Evans. Clarisse screamed, turning on me. Fight like a man. I'm fighting like a winner. I retorted. I sheathed my dagger. I needed both hands for this. I needed to end it before the rest of her team caught up. I stepped into the creek. The water swirled around my boots, energizing me. I felt the pulse of the current. It wasn't just water, it was a weapon waiting to be drawn. I raised my wand in my right hand and my open left hand. Aquamenti whip. I lashed my wand forward. At the same time, I pulled with my left hand, willing the creek to obey. A tendril of water, thick as a fire hose, rose from the stream. It coiled around my wand's magic, solidifying into a whip of pressurized water. I snapped my wrist. Crack. The water whip struck Clarisse. It hit her breastplate with the force of a sledgehammer. She gasped, the air driven from her lungs. I didn't stop. I lashed out again, the whip wrapping around her ankle. Take a seat, Clarisse. I yanked. Clarisse flew off her feet, splashing heavily into the creek. Get them, she sputtered, trying to stand, but the water was fighting her now. It clung to her armor, weighing her down. The remaining 2 Ares campers hesitated. They looked at their leader flailing in the water, then at me, holding a whip made of magic and river. Booyah! Percy yelled, splashing water at them. Suddenly, a cheer went up from the woods. Blue team wins. Luke. He had done it. While we were playing with the Ares bullies, Luke had captured the flag. Clarisse sat up in the creek, spitting out water. She looked furious. You tricked us. It's called strategy, Clarisse, I said, letting the water whip dissolve back into the stream. You should try it sometime. But the celebration was short-lived. A low growl vibrated through the clearing. It wasn't a camper. It was deep, primal, and hungry. From the rocks above us, a shadow detached itself. It was massive, the size of a rhino, with glowing red eyes and fur as black as a void. A hellhound. "Percy, move!" Annabeth screamed, emerging from the trees. The beast leaped. It wasn't aiming for me. It was aiming for Percy. Percy froze. He was exhausted, bruised, and caught off guard. I was too far away to tackle him. I raised my wand, but I knew a stunner wouldn't stop a hellhound of that size. Depulso. I hit Percy with a banishing charm. It threw him backward, 5 feet through the air, landing him hard in the creek. The hellhound landed where he had been standing a split second ago, its claws shredding the earth. It turned, snarling, ready to pounce on him in the water. "Hey! Fido!" I yelled, sprinting forward. Sectum Sempra. I didn't want to use dark magic, but this was a monster from the fields of punishment. The invisible blade slashed across the hellhound's flank, cutting deep. The monster howled, turning to me. But before it could attack, a volley of silver arrows sprouted from its neck. Chiron galloped into the clearing, bow in hand. The hellhound dissolved into shadow and sulfur. Silence fell over the creek. "Is everyone okay?" Chiron asked, trotting over. "Percy," Annabeth said, pointing. "Look." Percy was sitting in the creek. He looked dazed. But that wasn't what Annabeth was looking at. The cuts on his face from the fight with Clarice were closing up. The bruises were fading. The water was glowing around him, a soft green light. "He's healing," one of the campers whispered. Then, above Percy's head, the air shimmered. A holographic image appeared. It wasn't a bird or a boar. It was a trident. A glowing green trident, suspended in the air. "Poseidon," Chiron announced, kneeling. "Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god." The campers knelt. All of them. Even Clarice looked grudgingly respectful. I walked over to Percy and offered him a hand. He took it, looking up at the glowing symbol. "So," Percy whispered. "Dad?" "Yeah," I grinned. "Dad." The moment was perfect. Emotional. Mythic. And then, it was ruined. A loud crack, like a whip snapping, echoed through the valley. It wasn't thunder. It was apparition. The air beside the creek distorted. A column of fire, no, a phoenix, swirled into existence, and from the flames, a massive, translucent projection formed. It towered over the campers, 20 feet tall, glowing with white light. It was an old man. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes that looked like they were woven from starlight. He radiated power, ancient, structured, wizarding power. Albus Dumbledore. The campers gasped, scrambling back. Chiron stood tall, his bow lowered but his hand near his quiver. "What is this magic?" Luke shouted, drawing his sword. The projection of Dumbledore ignored them. His blue eyes, magnified to the size of dinner plates, scanned the crowd until they locked onto me. "Harry Potter," the projection boomed. The voice wasn't friendly. It echoed like a judgment from the heavens. I stepped forward, putting myself between Percy and the projection. "It's Evans, actually. And you're trespassing, Professor." "The time for games is over, Harry." Dumbledore's giant face remained impassive. "The wards of your relatives' home have fallen. You are exposed. The ministry is in chaos. You must return to Britain immediately. Hogwarts requires its champion." "I'm not your champion," I shouted back, my wand sparking in my hand. "And I'm not coming back. I have a family here." "You have a destiny," Dumbledore insisted. The Dark Lord's spirit grows restless. There are forces at work that you do not understand. If you remain with these entities, you endanger them and yourself. Entities? Annabeth stepped up beside me, looking furious. We are demigods, old man. Show some respect. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to her, then back to me. Harry. This is not a request. I have sent a portkey. It will arrive at dawn. Be ready. The projection began to fade. Wait. I yelled. You can't just, do not let your anger blind you, my boy. Dumbledore's voice grew fainter. The world is bigger than one camp. Remember who you are. With a final shimmer, the projection vanished. The silence that followed was heavy. Who was that? Percy asked, standing up. The trident above his head had faded. That, I said, spitting on the ground, was my past trying to drag me back. A wizard, Chiron said, his tail twitching anxiously. A very powerful one. This complicates things. The ancient laws usually keep our world separate. The laws are breaking, Chiron, I said grimly. Everything is breaking. Suddenly, a rasping sound came from the woods. A figure shuffled forward. It was the Oracle of Delphi, the mummy form that lived in the attic of the big house. She never came outside. Never. Green mist poured from her mouth, curling around the trees like snakes. Her eyes glowed with a sickly light. I am the spirit of Delphi, the voice hissed, sounding like dry leaves skittering on stone. Speaker of the prophecies of Phoebus Apollo. She looked straight at Percy, then at me. Two sons of the sea, one by blood, one by choice, the oracle chanted. Percy stepped back, terrified. Is she talking to us? Listen, I commanded. This is it. The great prophecy. The mist solidified, forming images of burning cities and storms. The oracle's voice rose to a shriek. You shall go west, and face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend, and the wand and the trident shall bring the world's end. The green mist evaporated. The mummy collapsed into a pile of rags and bones. Total silence. Bring the world's end? Grover whimpered. I liked the old prophecies better. The ones about saving the world. It doesn't say we destroy it, Annabeth said, her mind already working. It says we bring the end. That could mean the end of an era. Or the end of a threat. Or the end of us, I muttered. Chiron trotted forward. This is grave news. A quest. We have not had a successful quest since Luke. He trailed off, glancing at the Hermes counselor. Luke looked pale, his jaw set tight. I'll do it, Percy said. His voice was shaky, but his eyes were hard. I'll go. I'll get the bolt back. Not alone, seaweed brain, Annabeth said, stepping next to him. Someone needs to keep you from getting killed. And someone needs to blast the things you can't stab, I added, holstering my wand. I'm in. 3, Chiron nodded. The magic number. A hero, a wise counselor, and a warrior of two worlds. Wait, Grover bleated. I'm coming too. I'm his protector. 4, Chiron corrected. Unusual. But these are unusual times. Just then, Argus, the 100-eyed security guard, ran into the clearing. He was holding a rolled-up newspaper and looking frantic. He handed it to Chiron. Chiron's face paled as he read the headline. What is it? I asked. Chiron turned the paper so we could see. It was a copy of the New York Times, but overlaid on it was a magical shimmer from the Daily Prophet, a wizarding newspaper. The headline screamed, Gringotts break-in linked 2 American terrorists. And below it, Zeus issues ultimatum, return the master bolt by summer solstice or New York burns. It's connected, I realized, feeling a cold dread settle in my stomach. The theft at Gringotts in London. The theft of the bolt here. It's the same person. The prophecy said, what was stolen, Annabeth mused. It didn't say one thing. It's plural. So we have to find a lightning bolt, Percy summed up. And whatever they stole from the most secure wizard bank in the world, I added. Where do we start? Percy asked. I looked at the newspaper, then at the western horizon where the sun was setting, painting the sky in colors of blood and bruises. The prophecy said go west, I said. And the oracle said we face a god who has turned. Hades, Chiron guessed. The underworld is in Los Angeles. Road trip, I said, forcing a grin I didn't feel. Pack your bags, little brother. We're going to Hollywood. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, the Diagon Alley raid. Shadow travel feels exactly like being flushed down a toilet made of ice. 1 second you're standing in the strawberry fields of Long Island, the sun warming your skin and the smell of pine in your nose. The next, the shadows lengthen, wrap around your ankles like cold tentacles, and yank you sideways through the fabric of reality. Your stomach does a backflip, your ears pop with a sound like a gunshot, and the air is suddenly sucked out of your lungs. When we slammed back into existence, we weren't in Kansas anymore. And we definitely weren't in New York. Oof. Percy groaned, collapsing onto the wet cobblestones. He looked green. Greener than usual. I think I left my spleen in the shadow dimension. Is that normal? You get used to it, I muttered, shaking off the dizziness. I reached down and hauled him up. Check your pockets. Make sure you still have your limbs. I'm all here, Annabeth said, stumbling slightly as she materialized next to us. She was clutching her dagger like a lifeline. She looked around, her gray eyes wide. So this is it? The other side of your world? We were standing in a narrow, grimy alleyway that smelled of damp brick, coal smoke, and something faintly magical, like ozone and old parchment. The sky above was a heavy, slate gray, threatening rain. Typical London. Welcome to England, I said, adjusting my leather jacket to hide my wand holster. Specifically, the back entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. The gateway to magical Britain. It smells like a sewer, Percy noted, wrinkling his nose. It's charm, I corrected. British wizarding charm. Come on. We don't have much time. We had made the jump using a hellhound whistle I'd borrowed from the camp armory, don't ask, which summoned Mrs. O'Leary for a quick transatlantic hop. Shadow travel had limitations, but it was faster than a plane and didn't involve Zeus trying to blast us out of the sky. We had a lead to follow. The prophecy said, what was stolen, plural. And the Gringotts break-in had happened on the exact same day the bolt vanished. Coincidence? Not in our line of work. I pushed open the heavy wooden door of the pub. The Leaky Cauldron was exactly as I remembered it, dark, shabby, and filled with people who looked like they were hiding from daylight. Witches in pointed hats huddled over sherry, warlocks smoked long pipes, and Tom the barman was wiping a glass with a rag that looked dirtier than the floor. As we walked in, the conversation died. It wasn't just that we were kids. It was how we looked. I was wearing my camp half-blood shirt under a dragonhide jacket, combat boots, and I had a celestial bronze dagger strapped to my thigh. Percy looked like a skater punk who had just been in a street fight. Annabeth looked like she was calculating the structural integrity of the building to bring it down on everyone's heads. We radiated trouble. Harry, a voice squeaked. I turned. Tom the barman had dropped his glass. It shattered on the floor. Blimey, is that Harry Potter? The whispers started immediately. The boy who lived. He's back. Look at him. Where has he been? Is that a sword? Hey, Tom, I said, keeping my voice casual but loud enough to cut through the murmurs. Just passing through. Don't mind us. But. Dumbledore said. Tom stammered, coming around the bar. The Ministry, there are Aurors looking for you, lad. You've been missing for weeks. I haven't been missing, I said, stepping past him toward the brick wall in the back courtyard. I've been on vacation. American style. Harry, Annabeth whispered, flanking my right side. Everyone is staring. I count 4 hands moving toward wands. Let them stare, I said quietly. If they draw, put them down. But don't kill anyone. These people are sheep, not wolves. Got it, Percy said, his hand hovering over his pocket where Riptide rested in pen form. Non-lethal force. Unless they're monsters in disguise. I tapped the bricks in the correct sequence, 3 up, 2 across. The wall shivered, the bricks rotating and folding away to reveal the archway into Diagon Alley. The noise hit us instantly. The bustle of shoppers, the cry of merchants selling dragon liver and owl treats, the clinking of gold coins. It was vibrant, colorful, and completely oblivious to the war brewing across the ocean. Whoa, Percy breathed. It's like a Renaissance fair threw up on a shopping mall. It's archaic, Annabeth critiqued instantly, her eyes scanning the crooked buildings. Look at that architecture. That apothecary leans 15 degrees to the left. Magic is the only thing holding it up. It's inefficient. That's the wizarding world in a nutshell, wise girl, I said, leading them into the crowd. Inefficient, dangerous, and held together by duct tape and wishful thinking. We moved through the crowd. I kept my head down, but it was hard. I'd grown 6 inches since I last walked these streets. My shoulders were broader from sword training, and I walked with the prowling gait of a demigod, not the shuffling step of an abused child. People moved out of our way instinctively. Where are we going? Percy asked, dodging a low-flying owl. Gringotts, I pointed to the snowy white building towering over the shops at the end of the street. The bank. If something was stolen, the goblins know. They won't tell the Ministry, but they might tell a friend. You have goblin friends? Percy asked, impressed. I have a vault full of gold and a very persuasive attitude, I corrected. Goblins respect strength. And gold. Mostly gold. We were passing Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions when I heard a voice that made my blood boil. Not out of fear, but out of sheer annoyance. I'm telling you, Mother, the quality of these robes has gone downhill since they started letting mudbloods into the guild. Draco Malfoy. He was standing outside the shop with Narcissa Malfoy. He looked exactly the same, pale, pointy-faced, and radiating an aura of unearned superiority. He was holding a bag of sweets and looking bored. I tried to walk past. I really did. We had a mission. But Malfoy turned, and his eyes locked onto me. His jaw dropped. Then, the sneer returned, sharper than ever. Potter, he laughed, stepping into my path. Is that you? You look like you've been sleeping in a dumpster. What are you wearing? Muggle rags? Move, Malfoy, I said, not breaking stride. And who are these? Malfoy looked at Percy and Annabeth with disdain. Your new Weasleys. They look even poorer than the originals. Did you pick them up at a homeless shelter? Percy stopped. He turned slowly. The air temperature around us dropped. What did you say? Percy asked. His voice was calm. Too calm. I said you look like trash, Draco smirked, his hand drifting to his wand. Run along, peasant. The adults are talking. Percy didn't draw a weapon. He didn't shout. He just looked at a large stone fountain in the center of the square, a fountain depicting a wizard heroically stepping on a goblin. Percy, don't, Annabeth warned, grabbing his arm. He needs a bath, Percy muttered. He twitched his finger. The water in the fountain didn't splash. It leaped. A tendril of water, solid as a tentacle, shot out of the basin. It traversed the 20 feet between the fountain and us in a blink. It wrapped around Draco's waist. What? Draco shrieked. The water yanked. Draco was dragged off his feet, sliding across the cobblestones, and dunked headfirst into the fountain. Draco! Narcissa screamed, drawing her wand. I stepped in. I didn't draw my wand. I just projected. I let the aura of the ocean, the pressure of the deep, flare out. It was a demigod thing. A subtle flex of divinity. Narcissa froze. She looked at me, and for a second, she didn't see a 15-year-old boy. She saw something ancient and dangerous. He slipped, I said coldly. Tell him to watch his step. I grabbed Percy's hoodie and pulled him away. Nice shot. Now walk. Fast. Did you see his face? Percy grinned as we hustled toward the bank. He looked like a wet rat. You assaulted a pure-blood heir in broad daylight, Annabeth sighed, though she was suppressing a smile. Diplomacy isn't your strong suit, seaweed brain. He insulted us, Percy shrugged. Water solves everything. We reached the steps of Gringotts. The goblin guards at the bronze doors narrowed their eyes as we approached. They weren't looking at my scar. They were looking at the celestial bronze weapons hidden by the mist. They could see through it. I nodded to them. Business. Official. They grunted and let us pass. The main hall of Gringotts was vast, marble-floored, and silent except for the scratching of quills and the clinking of gems. Hundreds of goblins sat on high stools behind long counters. I walked straight to the head teller. He was an old goblin with a nasty scar across his nose. Key, he grunted without looking up. I'm not here for a withdrawal, I said, leaning on the counter. I'm here for information. About the break-in. The goblin stopped writing. He looked up slowly. His black eyes glittered. There was no break-in. Don't lie to me, I lowered my voice. I know the Vault of Prophecies was breached. I know an orb was taken. And I know the thief wasn't a wizard. The goblin bared his sharp teeth. And who are you to make such claims, wizard? I am Harry Evans, I said. Son of Poseidon. I let a tiny spark of green electricity dance between my fingers. Not magic. Storm power. The goblin's eyes widened. He sniffed the air. He smelled the ozone. He smelled the sea. The sea does not belong in the earth, the goblin hissed, but his tone had changed. It was respectful now. Fearful. Follow me. Grip hook. Take them to cart 4. We were led to the cart tracks. If you've never been on a Gringotts cart, imagine a roller coaster designed by a sadist with no regard for safety regulations, plunging into the center of the earth at Mach 1. This is awesome. Percy yelled as we plummeted down a dark ravine, the wind tearing at our faces. The velocity is too high for these rails. Annabeth screamed, clutching the safety bar. The centrifugal force should tear the wheels off. It's magic, Annabeth. Stop doing math. I shouted back. The cart screeched to a halt deep in the caverns. Deeper than I'd ever been. We were in the high-security zone. The air was cold and stale. A massive stalactite hung over the track like a sword of Damocles. Vault 713, Grip Hook announced, hopping out. The vault that was, disturbed. The door was gone. Not opened. Gone. Melted. The stone archway was dripping like hot wax. Greek fire, Annabeth noted, running her hand near the melted stone. Only Greek fire burns stone like this. So it was a demigod, Percy said. Working for Kronos. I stepped inside the vault. It was empty, except for a small pedestal in the center. But the air felt wrong. It felt oily. Revelio Maxima, I whispered, waving my wand. Nothing happened visually. But a cold shiver ran down my spine. It's not just a demigod, I said, crouching down near the floor. I saw faint scorch marks. They weren't random. They formed a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. The dark mark. Voldemort, I breathed. He's working with them. Kronos needs the brute force of monsters, but Voldemort, he provides the access. He knows the magical systems. So we have a Titan Lord and a Dark Wizard teaming up. Percy kicked a loose stone. That sounds fair. Harry. Annabeth called from the back of the vault. Look at this. She was holding a small scrap of fabric caught on a jagged rock. It was black silk. Robes, she said. High quality. But look at the embroidery. I squinted. There was a tiny silver thread woven into the fabric. A constellation. Draco's family, I realized. The Blacks. Or the Malfoys. Or. Boom. The explosion rocked the caverns. Dust rained down from the ceiling. The ground shook violently, nearly knocking us off our feet. That came from upstairs. Griphook shrieked. The lobby. We're trapped, Percy said, drawing Riptide. The bronze sword cast a faint glow in the dark vault. Not trapped, I said, pulling my wand. Cornered. There's a difference. What's the difference? Annabeth asked, drawing her dagger. When you're cornered, you get to fight your way out. We sprinted back to the cart. Griphook, get us up there. I yelled. Are you mad? The bank is under attack, the goblin wailed. Drive the cart or I'll drive it myself. I threatened. Griphook scrambled into the driver's seat. He slammed the lever forward. The cart rocketed back up the tracks. The journey up was tense. I checked my weapons. Wand in right hand. Dagger in left. Listen to me, I shouted over the wind. These aren't monsters. They're wizards. They have range, they have kill spells. Do not let them point a stick at you. If they say, Avada, you dodge. You dodge like your life depends on it, because it does. Got it, Percy nodded grimly. What about you? Annabeth asked. I'm going to introduce them to the new management. The cart burst into the main lobby, flying off the rails and skidding across the marble floor. We rolled out, taking cover behind a flipped-over weighing table. The scene was chaos. The lobby was filled with smoke. The grand chandeliers had fallen. Bodies of goblin guards littered the floor. And standing in the center of the room, surrounded by a dozen masked figures in black robes, was a woman with wild, curly black hair and a face that had once been beautiful but was now twisted into a mask of insanity. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was laughing. A high, cold cackle that made the hair on my arms stand up. Where is it? She screamed at a terrified goblin she had pinned to the floor. Where is the Potter boy's vault? The Dark Lord requires his inheritance. She's looking for me, I realized. Or my money. She looks friendly, Percy deadpanned. She tortured Neville's parents into insanity, I whispered. She's a rabid dog. One of the masked Death Eaters spotted us. There. Behind the table. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light smashed into the marble table inches from my head. The stone exploded. Move. I yelled. We broke cover. Spread out. Annabeth commanded. Don't give them a cluster target. Percy rolled left, Annabeth went right, and I went straight up the middle. Well, well, well. Bellatrix screeched, spotting me. Her eyes lit up with sadistic glee. Itty bitty baby Potter. You came to Auntie Bella. Stupefy. I fired a stunner on the run. She blocked it lazily with a flick of her wand. Is that the best you can do? Crucio. The torture curse flew at me. I didn't try to block it with magic. I threw myself into a slide, passing under the red beam. It crackled over my head, smelling of pain. I came up on one knee and leveled my secret weapon. In my waistband, I had a modified Glock 19. It didn't fire lead bullets. It fired rounds crafted by the Hephaestus cabin, capsules of condensed stunning spells and kinetic force. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire in Gringotts was deafening. The Death Eaters froze. They didn't know what a gun was. They expected wands. 2 of them dropped, the kinetic rounds hitting them in the chest with the force of a Mike Tyson punch. Their ribs cracked, and they went down wheezing. What is that? A Death Eater yelled, panicked. He has a boomstick. It's called the Second Amendment. I yelled back. Expelliarmus. I switched back to my wand, disarming a third wizard. Percy was a blur of motion. He was closing the distance on a group of 3 wizards near the entrance. Petrificus totalis, one wizard shouted. Percy didn't stop. He batted the spell aside with Riptide. Celestial bronze disrupted magical energy fields. The spell shattered like glass against the blade. How? The wizard gasped. Percy didn't explain. He shoulder-checked the wizard, sending him flying into a pillar. Then he spun, the flat of his blade smacking the second wizard in the helmet. The mask shattered. Annabeth was invisible. She had put on her Yankees cap. I saw wizards tripping, their wands flying out of their hands as invisible fists punched them in the gut. They're weak. Percy yelled across the hall. Harry, they're slow. He was right. Wizards were used to dueling at 10 paces. They were used to bowing. They weren't used to a demigod rushing them with a sword, moving faster than human reaction times allowed. They were glass cannons. But Bellatrix wasn't a normal wizard. She screamed in rage, unleashing a wave of dark magic that knocked me off my feet. Filthy half-blood, she shrieked. Fiend fire. A cursed fire, shaped like a giant snake, erupted from her wand. It roared, consuming the oxygen in the room. It was heat so intense it could melt the soul. Percy. Water. I screamed. There's no water here. Percy yelled back, backing away from the flames. There's always water. I pointed my wand at the floor. Aguamenti Maxima. I poured every ounce of my magical core into the spell. A massive jet of water erupted. Percy grabbed control of it. He didn't just let it splash. He spun it. He turned the water into a drill. Eat this. Percy shouted. He drove the water drill into the fiendfire snake. Steam exploded. The entire lobby vanished in a cloud of white fog. The fire hissed and died, struggling against the power of the ocean. Fiendfire was powerful, but Percy was the son of the Earthshaker. His will was harder. I used the cover of the steam to charge Bellatrix. I emerged from the fog right in front of her. She looked shocked. Sectum, she started. I didn't let her finish. I pistol-whipped her. I smashed the handle of the gun into her jaw. There was a satisfying crunch. She stumbled back, blood pouring from her lip. That's for Neville, I snarled. I raised my wand to finish it, to bind her. But suddenly, the doors of the bank blew open. Stop! In the name of the ministry. A booming voice echoed through the hall. The fog cleared. Standing in the doorway were 20 Aurors. In the lead was a tall, bald black man with a gold earring, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Beside him was a woman with bubblegum pink hair, Nymphadora Tonks. Harry Potter. Kingsley barked, his wand raised. Drop your weapons. You are under arrest for the use of underage magic and violating the International Statute of Secrecy. Are you kidding me? I shouted, gesturing at the Death Eaters. They're the bad guys. That's Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix, recovering quickly, spat blood on the floor. She grabbed the arm of a stunned Death Eater. We are leaving, she screeched. She spun on her heel. Crack. She operated away. The other conscious Death Eaters followed suit. Within seconds, it was just us, the unconscious bad guys, and the Ministry Aurors. Secure the area. Kingsley ordered. Arrest the boy. Spells began to fly toward us. Ropes. Stunners. We can't fight the police. Percy yelled, deflecting a binding curse. That makes us the villains. They aren't giving us a choice. I fired a shield charm. Protego. The shield absorbed a dozen spells. I was buckling under the pressure. We need an exit. Annabeth appeared next to me, taking off her cap. Shadow travel? I can't. I grunted. The bank has anti-apparition wards. And I'm too drained to call Mrs. O'Leary through the wards. Then we go up, Percy pointed. Up. The roof. The skylight. It's 50 feet up. Hold on. Percy grabbed my waist. Annabeth grabbed his. Water propulsion. Percy yelled. He summoned the remaining water on the floor, the puddles from the Fiendfire battle. It swirled around us, building pressure. Jump. We launched into the air. The water boosted us like a rocket. We shot straight up toward the glass dome of the ceiling. Reducto. I pointed my wand up. The spell blasted the glass apart. We flew through the shower of shards, landing on the sloping roof of Gringotts Bank. Below us, the Aurors were scrambling. They're on the roof. Tonks yelled. Brooms. Get the brooms. We scrambled up to the peak of the roof. The London skyline stretched out around us. It was raining now. A cold, miserable drizzle. Now what? Annabeth panted. We can't fly. We don't have brooms. We run, I said, pointing to the neighboring rooftops. Parkour. If we break line of sight, we can hide. Harry, Percy said, looking at something in his hand. Wait. He was holding a piece of paper he must have grabbed during the fight. Maybe from a Death Eater, maybe from the floor. What is it? It dropped out of Bellatrix's pocket when you hit her, Percy said. It's a receipt. A receipt? I snatched it. It wasn't a receipt. It was a cargo manifest. A magical shipping order. Item, Class 5 Dark Object, Orb, Destination, DOA Recording Studios, Los Angeles, California, Recipient, H. H, I muttered. Hades. Or someone who wants us to think it's Hades, Annabeth said, shivering in the rain. Broomsticks rose from the alley below. The Aurors were airborne. We have the lead, I said, looking at the approaching wizards. Now we just have to survive the getaway. I grabbed Percy and Annabeth. I have enough juice for one short jump, I said, my vision blurring. Just to the ground. Somewhere crowded. Where? The tube, I grinned weakly. Wizards hate the subway. I focused on the shadows of a chimney stack. I felt the cold grip take us again. We vanished just as a stunner flew through the space where my head had been. We materialized in a maintenance closet in the Charing Cross Underground station. I collapsed against a mop bucket, sliding to the floor. Harry. Percy knelt beside me. You okay? Just, tired, I wheezed. Magic burnout. I need, chocolate. Or pizza. Preferably both. Annabeth cracked the door open and peeked out. Coast is clear. just commuters. We blend in. We look like we went through a blender, Percy noted, wiping soot off his face. Normal London teenager look, I joked weakly. We sat there for a minute, catching our breath amidst the smell of bleach and floor wax. So, Percy said, looking at the manifest again. Los Angeles. DOA Recording Studios. That's the entrance to the underworld, Annabeth said quietly. I've read about it. It fits the prophecy. So we go to LA, I said, struggling to stand up. We find Hades. We ask him politely to give back the bolt and the orb. And if he doesn't? Percy asked. I reloaded my Glock, the clip clicking into place with a sound of finality. Then we show him why Poseidon is the scarier brother. Deal, Percy nodded. But first, I said, opening the door to the bustling station. We need to get to America. And since we're on the no-fly list with Zeus, we're taking the train. The train to America? Percy frowned. Harry, geography isn't your strong suit either, is it? We take the train to a port, I corrected. Then we find a boat. Or we hijack one. We're pirates now, remember? Pirates, Percy smiled. I like that. We stepped out into the crowd of oblivious muggles, leaving the magical world and its chaos behind us. But I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The Aurors were hunting us. The monsters were hunting us. And somewhere in the west, a titan was laughing. I checked my pocket. I still had my wand. I touched my belt. I still had my dagger. Let's go, I said. Next stop, the underworld. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Cross-Country Carnage. If you think a transatlantic flight is bad, try sneaking back into the United States on a magical freight ship filled with cursed rubber ducks, then jumping onto an Amtrak train while smelling like the inside of a chimera's armpit. We were officially fugitives. Wanted by the mortal police for kidnapping, me taking Percy, wanted by the Ministry of Magic for terrorism, the Gringotts incident, and wanted by the monsters of America for lunch. The Amtrak train rattled over the tracks, a rhythmic clack-clack-clack that was supposed to be soothing but just sounded like a countdown clock to me. We were somewhere in the Midwest. The landscape outside the window was a blur of cornfields, silos, and cows that looked suspiciously bored. Past the chips, Percy muttered, staring out the window. He looked like a zombie. The Gringotts fight had taken a toll on him, mostly because he wasn't used to channeling that much water in an enclosed space. His skin was pale, and he had dark circles under his eyes that matched mine. I tossed him a bag of Cheetos. Don't get orange dust on the seats. We're incognito, remember? We're 3 teenagers with weapons in a duffel bag, Annabeth said from across the aisle. She had a map of the United States spread out over her knees, covered in red marker lines. We aren't exactly blending in, Harry. And your wand is sticking out of your boot. I adjusted my combat boot, shoving the Hollywood deeper. It's a fashion statement. Gothic chic. It's a violation of the statute of secrecy, she shot back, but she didn't look truly annoyed. She looked worried. We're making good time, but we have to switch trains in St. Louis. The layover is 3 hours. St. Louis, I mused, leaning my head back against the scratchy seat. Gateway to the West. Also, historically, a great place to get attacked by something with too many teeth. Grover was sitting next to Percy, chewing nervously on a styrofoam cup. I don't smell anything yet, he bleated softly. But my nose is clogged. All I smell is diesel and wizard ozone. That's me, I said. Sorry. I run hot. It was true. Ever since the blood adoption ritual that made me a son of Poseidon, my magic didn't feel like a pool anymore, it felt like a geyser. It was constantly pushing against my skin, wanting to get out. It made electronics jittery around me. The lights in our train car had been flickering for the last 100 miles. Harry, Annabeth said, folding the map. Can I ask you something? About the vault? If it's about the gold, I don't have the pin number. No. The magic you used. The depulso on the boat. The way you modified the gun. It's not logical. I cracked a grin. You're a child of Athena. You want formulas. You want A plus B equals fireball, dot. Magic has rules, she insisted. Physics, conservation of energy. But you cheat. I don't cheat. I improvise. I sat up, leaning forward. It was going to be a long ride, might as well educate the team. Look, wizards in Britain, they use Latin. It's a focus. The words shape the magic. Wingardium Leviosa creates a specific aerodynamic lift. It's coding. Like writing software. I pulled out my wand, twirling it between my fingers. But runic magic? I tapped the handle of my dagger, where I'd carved a small, jagged symbol. That's not software. That's hardware. That's altering the physical structure of reality. And what I do, the demigod stuff. That's just admin access. I tell the water to move, and it moves because it recognizes my authority. It's not a spell. It's a command. Percy crunched a Cheeto. So you're saying I'm the boss of water? You're the prince of the sea, Perce. You outrank the water. Cool, Percy said. Then he frowned. Wait. If I outrank the water, why did the toilet in the train bathroom spray me earlier? Lack of discipline, I said solemnly. You have to assert dominance. Stare the toilet down. Annabeth rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. It was a nice moment. A quiet moment. The kind of moment that usually happens right before everything goes to hell. The train began to slow down. The conductor's voice crackled over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching St. Louis. This is a scheduled stop. Please watch your step. The skyline of the city came into view. And there, dominating the horizon, was the Gateway Arch. A massive curve of stainless steel rising 600 feet into the air. Wow, Percy said, pressing his face to the glass. That's huge. It's a monument to westward expansion, Annabeth said, going into lecture mode. Designed by Eero Saarinen. It's actually an inverted catenary curve. It symbolizes a giant handle for the gods to pick up the city, I interrupted, standing up and grabbing our duffel bag. Come on. Let's stretch our legs. I need real food. Train nachos are 90% plastic. We disembarked. The station was crowded, filled with commuters and tourists. The noise was overwhelming, a wall of chatter, rolling suitcases, and announcements. As soon as my boots hit the platform, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Not the monster sense. That felt like a cold itch. This was different. This was a hum. A high-pitched frequency that only a wizard could hear. Harry? Percy asked, seeing me freeze. What's wrong? We're being tracked, I whispered, scanning the crowd. Magic signature. Strong. Controlled. The Death Eaters? Annabeth reached for her knife. No, I shook my head. This feels bureaucratic. Ordered. Like a magical police siren. The Ministry, Percy guessed. The Aurors from London. They shouldn't have jurisdiction here, I muttered, my eyes darting from face to face. MACUSA, the American magical government, usually hates British interference. Unless they got permission, Annabeth finished. Harry, if they worked out a treaty to catch a terrorist. Then we have a hit squad on our tail. Keep moving. Don't look suspicious. We're 3 kids with a satyr, Grover bleated. We look suspicious by default. We pushed through the station and out into the humid St. Louis afternoon. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of the Mississippi River. We need to blend in, I decided. Tourist spots. Crowds are good. Magic is harder to use in a crowd without breaking the statute of secrecy. The Arch, Percy pointed. It's the biggest tourist trap here. Fine, I agreed. We go to the Arch. We go up, look at the view, come down, and get on the next train. Nobody starts a wizard duel in a national monument. I was wrong. So wrong. The line for the Arch was long, winding through the underground visitor center. We waited for an hour, shuffling forward while I kept a paranoid watch on the entrance. You're making people nervous, Percy whispered. Stop glaring at the security guards. One of them is holding his flashlight like a wand, I muttered. It is a flashlight, Harry. We finally got to the elevators. If you've never been to the St. Louis Arch, the elevators are essentially tiny space pods from the 1960s. You squeeze 5 people into a capsule the size of a washing machine and rattle your way to the top. We crammed in. Me, Percy, Annabeth, Grover, and a heavy-set lady with a massive purse and a tiny, shaking chihuahua. The dog looked at me. Its eyes were milky and bulging. Bark. Oh, be quiet, sweetie, the lady cooed. She looked harmless. Denim dress, rhinestone glasses, too much perfume. Nice dog, Percy said, trying to be polite. He's a chimera, the lady said. I froze. Excuse me. Percy blinked. A chihuahua, she corrected quickly, smiling a glistening, predatory smile. Did I say chimera? My goodness. I must be tired. He's a chihuahua. Aren't you, Sonny? The dog growled. It sounded like a chainsaw revving up inside a fur coat. Grover whimpered. He was pressed against the back of the pod, smelling the air. He looked at me, his eyes wide with panic. He mouthed one word, monster. I slowly moved my hand toward my jacket pocket. The elevator rattled upward. We were trapped in a metal box, suspended 300 feet in the air, with nowhere to run. So, the lady said, staring at Percy. Going to see the view? It's a long way down. We like heights, I said, my voice tight. We're big fans of gravity. The elevator dinged. Top floor. The doors slid open. After you, the lady said. We stepped out onto the observation deck. It was a narrow, curved hallway with tiny windows looking out over the city and the river. It was packed with tourists. We need to leave, I whispered to Annabeth. Now. That lady isn't human. The stairs? Annabeth asked. Blocked, I nodded toward the other end. 2 men in dark trench coats were standing by the emergency exit. They weren't looking at the view. They were looking at us. And they weren't monsters. I recognized the stance. The way they held their hands near their belts. Horrors. We're pincered, I realized. Monster on one side, wizards on the other. Great, Percy exhaled. Who do we fight? Both, I said. But we protect the mortals first. Before we could make a move, the lady dropped her purse. Oops, she said. The chihuahua jumped out. But it didn't land as a dog. In mid-air, it expanded. Bones cracked and lengthened. Fur ripped. A roar shook the entire arch, shattering the glass of the nearest display case. The dog grew until it was the size of a lion. But it wasn't just a lion. It had the head of a lion, with a mane of greasy, matted fur. Rising from its back was the head of a goat, bleating with a demonic sound. And its tail. Its tail was a 10-foot-long diamondback rattlesnake, hissing and dripping venom. The chimera. All of you, bow down, the lady screamed. Her own form shivered, revealing scaly skin and a forked tongue. Echidna. The mother of monsters. The Lord Titan sends his regards. The tourists screamed. Panic. Absolute bedlam. People scrambled over each other to get to the elevators. Stupefy. A red jet of light shot from the far end of the hallway. It wasn't aimed at the monster. It was aimed at me. I ducked. The spell hit the metal wall above my head with a shower of sparks. Harry Potter, a deep voice boomed. Kingsley Shacklebolt was marching down the observation deck, his wand raised. Next to him, Tonks was sprinting, her hair turning a violent, angry red. Surrender immediately. Are you blind? I screamed back, drawing my wand. Look at the giant lion-goat snake. It's an illusion. Kingsley yelled, firing another stunner. A distraction. It's not an illusion, you moron. The chimera roared and lunged, not at the Aurors, but at Percy. Percy, defend. I shouted. I had to make a choice. Fight the monster or fight the cops. I spun around to face Kingsley. Protego duo. A powerful shield charm erupted in the middle of the hallway, creating a barrier between the tourists and the battle. The Auror spells splashed harmlessly against it. Stop shooting. I commanded, my voice amplified by magic. It's real. Look at the heat signatures. Look at the destruction. The chimera swiped its massive paw, tearing a chunk of steel out of the arch's wall like it was wet cardboard. The wind from outside howled into the observation deck. Kingsley paused. He saw the metal rip. He saw the genuine fear in the crowd. Merlin's beard, Tonks gasped. That's a class XXXXX beast. Help us kill it. I roared at them. Or arrest a corpse. While I held off the Aurors, Percy was fighting for his life. The chimera was fast. The goat head snapped at him while the lion head roared fire. Yes, fire. Percy rolled under a blast of flame, riptide shimmering in the dim light. He slashed at the lion's leg, but the hide was like armored rubber. The blade bounced off. It's tough. Percy yelled, backing up toward the broken wall. Annabeth was throwing debris, pieces of the display case, at the goat head to distract it. Aim for the mouth, Percy. The soft spots. The snake tail whipped around, faster than a whip. It struck Percy in the calf. Ah! Percy cried out, stumbling. Poison. Echidna cackled. Feel the burn, little hero. I saw Percy stumble. His face went gray instantly. No. I dropped the shield against the Aurors. Cover me. I yelled at Kingsley. I didn't wait to see if he listened. I sprinted toward Percy. The chimera reared up, preparing to stomp Percy into paste. Bombarda Maxima. I aimed my wand at the floor beneath the monster's feet. The explosion was deafening. The steel plating of the observation deck buckled. The chimera lost its footing, tilting dangerously toward the hole in the wall it had created. But as it fell, its tail lashed out one last time. It wrapped around Percy's ankle. The monster fell out of the arch. And it took Percy with it. Percy! Annabeth screamed. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I just ran. I sprinted to the jagged hole in the wall. The wind whipped my face. We were 600 feet up. Below, the Mississippi River looked like a brown ribbon. I saw them falling. The chimera and Percy, tangled together, plummeting toward the water. Harry, don't. Annabeth lunged for my jacket, but I was already gone. I dove. I jumped out of the St. Louis Arch. Freefall is terrifying. The air rushes past your ears with a roar that drowns out your own thoughts. My stomach dropped into my shoes. The ground, the water, was rushing up to meet me at terminal velocity. I tucked my arms in, streamlining my body like a diver. I was heavier than Percy. I was falling faster. I saw Percy struggling with the snake tail. He looked half-conscious. I pointed my wand down. I needed to slow him, but Wingardium Leviosa required a delicate swish and flick. You can't swish and flick when you're falling at 120 miles per hour. Arresto momentum. I screamed the spell, pushing my will into the air. A cushion of invisible force hit Percy. It didn't stop him, but it slowed him down. He jerked in the air, the chimera's tail loosening its grip. The monster fell away, roaring, splashing into the river with a massive plume of white water. Percy was still falling, but slower now. I was catching up to him. "Percy!" I yelled, reaching out. He looked up. His eyes were glassy. "Harry." I grabbed his hand. We were 200 feet from the water. Hitting water at this speed is like hitting concrete. We were dead. Unless. Son of Poseidon. I screamed at him, shaking his arm. The water. Call it. Percy blinked. Clarity returned to his green eyes. He looked down at the rushing river. He extended his free hand. The river didn't just wait for us. It rose. A massive column of water, spinning like a cyclone, erupted from the surface of the Mississippi. It reached up to meet us. We hit the top of the cyclone. It wasn't a hard impact. It was like landing in a giant hand made of jello. The water caught us, spun us around to bleed off the kinetic energy, and lowered us gently into the depths. We plunged underwater. Silence. The roar of the wind was gone, replaced by the muffled peace of the river. It was murky, brown, and filled with trash, but to us, it felt like clean sheets. I held my breath, casting a bubblehead charm on myself. A bubble of oxygen formed around my mouth and nose. Percy didn't need one. He was breathing the water. The cuts on his leg where the snake had bitten him were smoking, the poison being forced out by the healing power of the river. He looked at me, floating there in the gloom, his hair floating like seaweed. "You crazy idiot," he mouthed. "You jumped." I gave him a thumbs up. "Ride or die, brother." Suddenly, a shockwave rippled through the water. The chimera wasn't dead. It came out of the silt below us, a dark shadow rising. The fire in its lion mouth was extinguished, but it looked even angrier wet. Percy's eyes narrowed. He looked at the monster, then at the water around us. He grinned. He wasn't afraid anymore. We were in his element. Percy made a lifting motion with both hands. The riverbed exploded. Thousands of gallons of mud and silt were sucked upward, creating a dense cloud that blinded the monster. Then, Percy clenched his fist. The water pressure around the chimera spiked. I could feel it, the crushing weight of the river focusing on a single point. The chimera squealed, a high-pitched, pressurized sound. Reducto. I added my own power to the mix. My spell shot through the water, a beam of blue light that moved slower than in air but hit with the force of a torpedo. It struck the chimera in the chest just as Percy crushed it with water pressure. Boom. Underwater explosions are weird. You feel them in your bones more than you hear them. The chimera burst into a cloud of golden dust and bubbles. We were alone in the river. I pointed up. Surface. We kicked upward, breaking the surface near the riverbank. Chaos. Sirens were wailing. Police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances were surrounding the arch. I could see wizards, aurors, flying on broomsticks, weaving through the smoke billowing from the hole in the monument. "They're looking for bodies," Percy gasped, wiping sludge from his face. "They think we splat." "Let's not correct them yet," I said, dragging him toward the muddy bank under a bridge. We crawled out onto the riprap, shivering. Not from cold, we were dry instantly, but from the adrenaline crash. Annabeth and Grover? Percy asked. They're smart, I said. They'll mix in with the crowd. The Aurors are distracted. Harry, Percy grabbed my arm. The poison, it hurt. But the water fixed it. I feel supercharged. Good, I said, checking my wand for cracks. Because we have to get out of the city before Shacklebolt realizes we aren't pancakes. How? They have air support. I looked at the chaos. The flashing lights, the news helicopters, the confused mortals. The mist, I said. It's weak here because of the monster reveal. But if I amplify it. You can do that. I can do a lot of things when I'm terrified. I stood up, raising my wand toward the arch. I closed my eyes and visualized the scene. I didn't want invisibility. I wanted confusion. I wanted somebody else's problem, field the size of a city block. Confundo maxima. I swept my wand in a wide arc. A gray shimmer rippled through the air. It settled over the riverbank where we were standing. To anyone looking, we were just two piles of driftwood or shadows. Come on, I whispered. We need to find the others. We met up with Annabeth and Grover 3 hours later at an abandoned train yard on the outskirts of the city. They had slipped away during the evacuation, blending in with a school group. Annabeth hugged Percy so hard I thought she was going to crack his ribs. I thought you were dead, she punched his arm. Don't ever fall off a building again. I didn't fall, I was dragged. Percy defended himself. And you? She turned to me. You jumped. Who jumps after someone without a parachute? I had a plan, I said, leaning against a rusted boxcar. You cast a slowing charm at terminal velocity. That's not a plan, that's a suicide pact. It worked, didn't it? We sat around a small fire. Grover had started using some dried weeds and a spark from a flint rock. We were tired, hungry, and smelling of river water. The Aurors? I asked Grover. They're still at the arch, Grover chewed on a tin can. They're arguing with the mortal police. Trying to modify memories. It's a mess. They lost our scent. Good, I sighed, rubbing my face. That buys us time. Who was that wizard? Percy asked. The tall one. Kingsley Shacklebolt, I said. He's one of the good guys, usually. A member of the Order of the Phoenix. He thinks he's saving the world by catching me. He doesn't know he's helping Kronos. Can we talk to him? Annabeth asked. Reason with him? Not while he's under orders, I shook my head. Wizards are stubborn. If the ministry says I'm a threat until proven otherwise. And usually, the proof involves me killing the actual bad guy. I looked at my wand. It was warm to the touch. I hate this, I admitted quietly. They looked at me. It was rare for me to complain. Hate what? The fighting? Percy asked. The complexity, I said. Back at Hogwarts, sure, Voldemort was trying to kill me. But it was simple. Bad guy, snake face, shoot red light, dodge green light. This? Gods, titans, ministers, monsters disguised as grandmothers, it's exhausting. I just want to use magic to fly a broom or summon a sandwich. I don't want to have to calculate the hydrodynamics of a river while dodging federal agents. Percy nudged my shoulder. Hey. You saved my life today. Again. That wasn't complex. That was just, being a brother. I smiled, a tired, genuine smile. Yeah. I guess. Besides, Percy grinned, pulling something out of his pocket. I grabbed this from the gift shop before we got in the elevator. He tossed me a keychain. It was a little metal gateway arch, a souvenir. I laughed. Proof, Percy said. Proof we were there. Proof we survived. We're going to need a bigger keychain for the rest of this trip, Annabeth noted, looking at her map. Denver is next. Denver, I groaned. Great. What's in Denver? Ares, Grover squeaked. We all looked at him. How do you know? I asked. I can smell him from here, Grover shuddered. He smells like leather, gunpowder, and bad attitude. He's waiting for us. I stood up, holstering my wand. The fatigue was still there, but the fire was coming back. Well, I said, looking west. If the god of war wants a meeting, let's not keep him waiting. But if he tries to start something. I tapped the Glock at my waist. I'll introduce him to modern warfare. We hopped a westbound freight train that night. It wasn't comfortable. We were huddled in a grain car that smelled of wheat and mice. As the train chugged through the darkness of the Great Plains, I took the first watch. Percy and Annabeth were asleep, leaning against each other. Grover was murmuring in his sleep about enchiladas. I sat by the open sliding door, watching the stars. The constellation of Orion was bright. The Hunter. I felt a pang of loneliness. Not for Hogwarts, really. But for Sirius. My godfather. The man who had sent me the firebolt at the end of the last quest. He was out there, somewhere. Hiding. Just like me. I'm coming, Sirius, I whispered to the wind. Just gotta save the world first. A shadow moved in the cornfield outside the train. I stiffened, wand raised. It was just a coyote. It watched the train pass, its yellow eyes glowing. No, not a coyote. As we sped past, the coyote stood up on its hind legs. It raised a paw in a mocking salute. A scout. Kronos was watching. He knew we survived St. Louis. He knew the Aurors failed. The stakes were getting higher. The gloves were coming off. I looked back at Percy, sleeping peacefully with a line of drool on his chin. Let them come, I thought, a fierce protectiveness surging through me. Let Ares come. Let Hades come. Let the Titans come. They have no idea what a Potter-Jackson team-up really looks like. I pulled the door shut, locking us in the darkness, and settled in for the long ride to Denver. The train whistle blew, a lonely, defiant sound in the vast American night. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, God vs. Wizard. Denver smells like ozone and impending bad decisions. Maybe that's just the altitude, or maybe it's because the moment we stepped off that freight train, the universe decided to throw another curveball at our heads. We were starving. I'm talking strictly, I would eat a hippogriff raw, levels of hunger. We had been riding in a grain car for 18 hours, surviving on stale chips and Grover's anxiety. When we finally stumbled into a greasy spoon diner on the outskirts of the city, we looked like refugees from a heavy metal concert gone wrong. I need a burger, Percy groaned, practically falling into a vinyl booth. A cow. On a bun. With cheese. If they don't have cheese, I'm going to cry. I'll eat the napkins, Grover bleated, eyeing the dispenser. Focus, guys, Annabeth said, though she was eyeing the menu with intense longing. We have limited funds. We need to ration. I have gold, I interrupted, patting my jacket pocket. Galleons. Drachmas. And I lifted a 20 from a guy in St. Louis who tried to steal my wand. We're eating. The waitress, a lady who looked like she'd been smoking since the womb, dropped 4 menus on the table. She didn't even look at us. What'll it be, hon? We got eggs, we got meat, we got coffee that'll strip paint. For cheeseburgers, I said. Fries. Shakes. And keep the coffee coming until I can see colors again. She grunted and walked away. The diner was mostly empty, save for a trucker sleeping in the corner and a guy sitting at the counter. The guy at the counter was Loud. Not vocally, but visually. He was wearing a red muscle shirt that struggled to contain biceps the size of basketballs. He had black leather pants, a knife strapped to his leg, and sunglasses on, even though it was dim inside. He was reading a magazine about guns and eating a steak with a switchblade. And he was radiating power. Not the creepy, cold power of the Furies or the ancient, dusty power of the museum. This was hot, aggressive, radioactive power. It felt like standing next to a nuclear reactor that was leaking just a little bit. "Don't look," Grover whispered, sliding under the table. "Don't look at him." "Who is it?" Percy whispered, squinting. "It's war," I murmured, my hand drifting to my wand. "That's Ares." The guy turned on his stool. He grinned. It was a dazzling, terrifying smile, like a shark that had just learned a joke. He took off his sunglasses. His eyes weren't eyes. They were miniature nuclear explosions, swirling with fire and violence. "Hey, punks," he rumbled. His voice sounded like gravel in a blender. "You're late." "I hate late." "We didn't know we had an appointment," I said, keeping my voice steady. I kicked Percy under the table to stop him from staring. Ares laughed. "You're the wizard, right? Poseidon's little charity case. And the runt. Jackson." He pointed a thick finger at Annabeth. "And the brains. And the goat." "Satyr," Grover corrected from under the table. "Whatever. Meat is meat." Ares waved a hand. "Come here. I got a proposition." "We're eating," Percy said, his jaw set. "We're busy." Ares's smile vanished. The air in the diner got instantly hotter. The windows rattled. The sleeping trucker snorted and rolled over. "I didn't ask," Ares said softly. "I told." I stood up. "Stay here," I told the others. "Harry, don't," Annabeth hissed. "That's a god. You can't fight him." "I'm not going to fight him," I lied. "I'm going to negotiate." I walked over to the counter. Up close, Ares smelled like gunpowder, leather, and cheap cologne. It was overpowering. "So," I said, leaning against the counter, matching his posture. "You're the god of war. Shouldn't you be? I don't know, starting a conflict in the Middle East? Or yelling at a cloud?" Ares chuckled. He looked me up and down, analyzing me like a piece of equipment. "You got guts, kid. Stupid guts, but guts. I heard you took out a chimera. Sloppy work, but effective. I aim to please." "I need a favor," Ares said, cutting to the chase. "I left my shield at a water park. Just up the road. Waterland. I was entertaining a friend. We got interrupted. I had to leave in a hurry." "You lost your shield on a date?" I raised an eyebrow. "That's embarrassing." "Watch your tongue, wizard," Ares's eyes flared. "Or I'll pull it out and knit a sweater with it. I need the shield back. You get it for me, I get you a ride west. To Vegas. And I tell you something about your mom." Percy was at my side instantly. He moved so fast I barely saw him. "What about my mom? Is she alive?" Ares ignored him, looking at me. "Do we have a deal, Potter? Or Evans? Whatever you call yourself. Why can't you get it yourself?" I asked. "You're a god. Snap your fingers." "It's complicated," Ares waved a hand. "Magic traps. Hephaestus likes to catch me, engaging in hobbies. If I go back, the trap springs, and it gets broadcast to Olympus. I don't need the headache. But you guys? You're beneath notice. You slip in, grab the shield, slip out. And if we don't?" Ares leaned in. The heat was intense now. My eyebrows felt like they were singing. Then I turn you into a grease stain on this stool, and I go get the bolt myself. And maybe I let the underworld keep your mommy. I looked at Percy. He was trembling with rage. We'll do it, I said. Good choice. Ares stood up. He was massive, easily 6'5". He tossed a few gold drachmas on the counter. Food's on me. Don't take too long. I get bored easily. He walked toward the door. As he passed his motorcycle, a massive Harley-Davidson that looked like it ran on the souls of the innocent, he paused. Hey, wizard. I turned. You think you're tough because you have a stick and some parlor tricks? Ares sneered. I want to see it. See what? What you got? Ares kicked the door open. He didn't get on the bike. He stood in the parking lot, the dusty wind whipping his leather duster. One round, Ares called out. First blood. If you land a hit on me, I'll give you something extra for the road. If I win, I break your arm. Harry, no. Annabeth yelled, jumping out of the booth. He's baiting you, Percy warned. He just wants to hurt you. Yeah, I said, unzipping my jacket. I know. But if I back down now, he owns us. He needs to know I'm not a courier. I'm a partner. I walked out into the parking lot. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the asphalt. Ares stood 20 feet away. He hadn't drawn a weapon. He didn't need to. His fists were the size of hams. Rules? I asked, drawing my wand. No crying, Ares grinned. He moved. He didn't run. He blurred. 1 second he was 20 feet away, the next he was in my face, a fist swinging toward my head with enough force to decapitate a buffalo. My seeker reflexes saved my life. I ducked, feeling the wind of the punch ruffle my hair. Stupefy. I fired point blank at his chest. The red spell hit him, and dissipated. It was like throwing a water balloon at a tank. Tickles, Ares laughed. He brought his knee up. I twisted, spinning away, but his knee clipped my hip. Pain exploded up my side. I stumbled back, gasping. He was fast. Inhumanly fast. Is that it? Ares taunted, pacing like a boxer. Come on, Hogwarts. Show me the magic. I gritted my teeth. Standard spells wouldn't work. His divine aura acted like a shield. I needed physics. I needed mass. I pointed my wand at the gravel under his feet. Duro. Turn to stone. The loose gravel fused instantly into a solid block of granite, trapping his boots. Ares looked down, amused. He flexed his ankles. Crack. The stone shattered into dust. Cute, he said. He lunged again. This time, I didn't dodge. I concentrated. Crack. I apparat. I vanished just as his fist connected with empty air. I reappeared 10 feet behind him, on top of the hood of a parked pickup truck. Depulso. I hit the truck I was standing on with a banishing charm. The entire vehicle lurched forward, propelled by magic, slamming into Ares's back. The truck crumpled around him. Metal shrieked. Glass shattered. I jumped off before impact, landing in a crouch. Ares stood in the wreckage of the truck's grill. He hadn't moved an inch. He brushed a piece of chrome off his shoulder. Better, he nodded. Using the environment. I like that. He ripped the truck's door off its hinges like it was paper and hurled it at me like a frisbee. Reducto. I blasted the door in midair. It exploded into shrapnel. Through the smoke, Ares charged. He was on me before I could cast again. He grabbed my throat. He lifted me off the ground. His grip was iron. I couldn't breathe. My vision started to swim. "You're fast," Ares whispered, his face inches from mine. "But you're weak. You rely on the stick too much." He squeezed. My wand arm was pinned. I couldn't aim. But I wasn't just a wizard anymore. I dropped my wand. Ares blinked, surprised. I reached into my pocket with my free hand. Not for a weapon. For water. I had a water bottle. I crushed it in my hand, forcing the water out. Glacius. I choked out the incantation without the wand, channeling it through my fingers. The water splashed onto Ares's face and froze instantly. It expanded into jagged spikes of ice, blinding him. He roared, dropping me to claw at the ice on his eyes. I hit the ground, gasping. I didn't scramble away. I scrambled toward him. I grabbed my wand from the asphalt. Transfiguratio. I aimed not at Ares, but at his motorcycle parked 10 yards away. The massive Harley-Davidson shuddered. Metal twisted. Leather morphed. The engine block dissolved into buzzing wings. In a second, the bike was gone. In its place was a swarm of mechanical, angry hornets the size of softballs. "Get him!" I wheezed. The swarm attacked. They dove at Ares, stinging him with stingers made of spark plugs and chrome. Ares swatted them away, laughing. Ha! Insects! But they were distracting him. He was covered in metal bees. I stood up, steadying myself. I had one shot. I pointed my wand at a fire hydrant near the curb. "Percy!" I yelled toward the diner window. "Now!" The window exploded outward. A jet of water shot from the diner, guided by Percy inside. It hit the hydrant, ripping the cap off. A geyser erupted. I caught the water with my magic. I didn't freeze it. I pressurized it. I spun it into a tight, cutting disc. Defindo. I hurled the water blade. It sliced through the swarm of bees and struck Ares on the cheek. It didn't take his head off. But a thin, red line appeared on his face. Golden ichor trickled out. The bees fell apart, turning back into scrap metal. Silence. Ares touched his cheek. He looked at the golden blood on his finger. The fire in his eyes died down, replaced by a cold, calculating look. He wiped the blood on his pants. "Not bad," he grunted. "Not bad at all." He walked over to me. I raised my wand, my hand shaking. He didn't attack. He slapped me on the shoulder hard enough to bruise. "You fight dirty," Ares grinned. "I respect that. You used the kid. You used the truck. You used my own bike. You're a scrappy little wizard." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a backpack. He tossed it to me. Supplies. Clothes. Cash. Oreos. And a little something extra, like I promised. I caught the bag. It was heavy. "The shield," Ares said, his voice losing the humor. "Get it. Bring it back here. Tonight. And if we die?" I asked, rubbing my throat. "Then you die fighting," Ares shrugged. "Best way to go." He snapped his fingers. The wreckage of the truck repaired itself. The scrap metal reformed into his bike. He straddled it, revving the engine. "Waterland. Don't disappoint me." He peeled out, leaving a trail of burning rubber. I stood there, panting. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover ran out of the diner. "Harry." Percy grabbed me. "Are you okay?" "Your neck." "I'm fine," I croaked. "Just a little, choking hazard." "You made him bleed," Annabeth said, looking at the asphalt where the golden drops had fallen. "You actually cut a god." "He let me," I said, picking up the water bottle cap. He was testing me. If he wanted me dead, I'd be a smear on the pavement. But you passed, Grover said, looking at the backpack. What's in the bag? I unzipped it. Inside were clothes, money, and a holster. A gun holster. But not for a normal gun. He knows, I muttered. He knows about the Glock. He's the god of war, Percy said. He probably loves that you have a gun. Come on, I zipped the bag. We have a water park to break into. And I have a feeling the shield isn't just sitting on a lounge chair. Waterland was depressing. There's something inherently spooky about an abandoned amusement park. The silence where there should be screaming kids. The faded paint. The rides that look like skeletal dinosaurs in the moonlight. We hopped the fence easily. The place was a maze of dry slides and empty pools filled with dead leaves. It's the Tunnel of Love, I said, checking the map on my phone, which was miraculously getting signal thanks to a charm I'd placed on the antenna. Ares said he left it in the Tunnel of Love. Of course he did, Annabeth sighed. Aphrodite. Who? Percy asked. Ares's girlfriend, I explained. Who happens to be married to Hephaestus. Hence the trap. We found the ride. It was a dark canal winding through a plaster mountain painted with cherubs and hearts that looked more like threatening gargoyles in the shadows. The water in the canal was stagnant and smelled of algae. Boats are still working, Percy noted, looking at the swan-shaped boats bobbing in the muck. The current is flowing. Magic, Annabeth said. Perpetual motion spells. Hephaestus builds things to last. All right, I said, drawing my wand and the Glock. Formation. Percy, you drive the boat, use your water mojo to keep us steady. Annabeth, you scan for traps. Grover, watch our six. I'm on point. We piled into a swan boat. It was a tight squeeze. We floated into the tunnel. It was dark. Pitch black. Lumos. My wand tip flared, casting a ghostly blue light on the walls. The tunnel was filled with animatronic cupids. They were creepy. Their eyes seemed to follow us. I hate this, Grover bleated. It smells like metal and old romance. Keep quiet, I whispered. We rounded a bend. And there it was. In the middle of an empty pool section, on a small island, sat a shield. It was polished bronze, gleaming even in the dark. Beside it was a pink silk scarf. That's it, Percy said. Ares' shield. It's too easy, Annabeth said, her eyes darting around. Where's the trap? It triggers when we touch it, I guessed. Classic Indiana Jones setup. We docked the boat at the edge of the island. I stepped out, testing the ground. Solid concrete. Okay, I said. I'm going to levitate it. Don't touch anything. I aimed my wand at the shield. Wingardium Leviosa. The shield wobbled. It lifted an inch. Click. A tripwire snapped. But not a physical one. A magical one. Suddenly, the lights flooded on. Blindingly bright floodlights. Live from Olympus, a booming voice announced from speakers hidden in the walls. It's Hephaestus TV. Catch the cheaters. Mechanical whirring filled the air. From the ceiling, a net dropped. A fine, metallic mesh. Scramble. I yelled. We dove. The net landed where we had been standing, sizzling as it hit the concrete. But that wasn't the worst part. The cupids. The statues on the walls. They cracked open. Out of their chests crawled spiders. Not flesh and blood spiders. Metal spiders. Tiny, bronze automatons with razor-sharp legs. Thousands of them. Spiders. Annabeth shrieked. She froze. Arachnophobia. A child of Athena's fatal flaw. Annabeth, move. Percy yelled, grabbing her arm. The spiders swarmed the island. They were like a flood of bronze coins. Incendio. I blasted a cone of fire at the lead wave. The spiders glowed red hot, but they didn't stop. They were heat resistant. Forge made. Fire doesn't work. I shouted. They're Hephaestus tech. Water. Percy yelled. Flood them. He raised his hands. The water in the canal surged, spilling over onto the island. It swept hundreds of spiders away, short-circuiting some, but more were pouring out of the walls. We were backing up toward the shield. Grab the shield. I ordered. We need to go. Percy lunged for the shield. He grabbed the handle. As soon as he touched it, the trap shifted. The island rumbled. The floor began to open up. A pit. And from the pit, a sound emerged. HSSSSSSSS. I froze. That wasn't a mechanical sound. That wasn't a spider. Harry. Percy yelled, holding the shield. What is that? Snakes, I whispered. But it wasn't just snakes. I could hear words in the hissing. Kill the spare. Kill the sea spawn. The Dark Lord commands. Parseltongue. The trap, I realized, horror dawning on me. It's been hacked. Someone modified Hephaestus's design. Who? Voldemort, I said. Or someone using his magic. The pit widened. Rising from it wasn't a machine. It was a massive, spectral serpent made of green fire and shadows. A basilisk construct. It locked eyes on Percy. Look away. I screamed. Don't look at its eyes. I shoved Percy back. I stepped forward, right to the edge of the pit. I lowered my wand. I needed to speak to it. I needed to override the command. Stop, I hissed in Parseltongue. I command you to stop. The spectral snake paused. It lowered its massive head, flickering its tongue. You speak the tongue, it hissed back. The air. I am the one who lived, I hissed. Return to the shadows. Leave us. The snake wavered. The programming was fighting itself. The Hephaestus magic, trap the intruders, was conflicting with the dark magic, kill the demigods, and my command, stop. The master says kill, the snake writhed. I am the master. I roared in snake language. I pushed my magic into the voice. It wasn't just sound, it was will. The construct shrieked, a sound like tearing metal. It exploded into green mist. The force of the explosion knocked us all backward. The mechanical spiders stopped moving, their control frequency disrupted by the magical backlash. The lights flickered and died. The Hephaestus TV broadcast cut off with a static whine. We were alone in the dark again, panting. Harry, Annabeth whispered, her voice trembling. She wasn't looking at the spiders anymore. She was looking at me. What was that language? That wasn't ancient Greek. I stood up, brushing spider parts off my jacket. My throat burned. It's called Parseltongue, I said quietly. Snake language. It's a family trait. From the bad side of the family. You talked to the magic, Percy said, holding the shield. You told it to shut up. I hacked it, I said. Someone laid a curse over the mechanical trap. Someone who wants us dead specifically. This confirms it. Luke isn't just working for Kronos. He's working with the remnants of the Death Eaters. We need to leave, Grover whimpered. Before the backup system kicks in. We scrambled back into the boat. Percy used the water to propel us out of the tunnel at high speed, shooting us out into the main pool like a cannonball. We ran back to the fence, vaulted it, and didn't stop running until we reached the diner parking lot. Ares was gone. But parked near the dumpster was an 18-wheeler livestock transport. The back door was open. "The ride west," I said, reading the note tacked to the tire. "Hope you didn't die. Get in. Don't feed the animals." We're riding with animals?" Annabeth asked, wrinkling her nose. "Better than riding with spiders," Percy shuddered. We climbed into the back of the truck. It was filled with cages. But not cows. Zebras. Antelopes. And a very depressed-looking lion. Illegal zoo transport, Grover realized, sniffing. "These animals are being smuggled." "We'll free them," I said, settling down on a hay bale. "When we get to Vegas. For now, we rest." The truck engine rumbled to life. We felt the vehicle start to move, merging onto the highway. We sat in the dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of Riptide and my wand tip. "Harry," Percy said after a long silence. "Back there. With Ares. And the snake thing." "Yeah. You're scary sometimes," he said. He didn't say it like an insult. He said it like a fact. Like. "Burn the world down, scary." I looked at my hands. They were stained with grease and soot. "I know," I whispered. "That's why I need you, Perce. You're the hero. I'm just the weapon." "No," Percy moved closer, bumping his shoulder against mine. "You're the brother. And weapons don't eat Oreos." He ripped open the pack Ares had given us. We sat there in the smelly truck, eating cookies, heading toward Las Vegas and the Lotus Casino. I leaned my head back. I had faced a god and walked away. I had hacked a dark curse. I was tired. But as I closed my eyes, I could still hear the hissing in the back of my mind. "The master is coming. Let him come." I had a shield, a sword, a gun, and a brother. We were ready. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Lotus Eaters and the Time Skip. You know that feeling when you wake up from a nap that lasted way too long, and for a solid 10 seconds, you don't know who you are, what year it is, or why your mouth tastes like sandpaper. Now imagine that feeling, but instead of a nap, you've been riding in the back of an illegal animal smuggling truck for 500 miles across the Nevada desert. And instead of a bed, you're sleeping on a bale of hay that a depressed antelope has been chewing on. "I can't feel my legs," Grover bleated. "I think the circulation cut off somewhere around Utah." "Quit complaining, G-man," I muttered, shifting my position. A zebra kicked the side of its cage, rattling the metal bars against my skull. "At least you aren't being used as a pillow by a lion." It was true. The lion, a scrawny, majestic beast that looked like it hadn't had a decent meal since the Reagan administration, had decided that my dragonhide jacket was the most comfortable thing in the truck. He was currently resting his massive, maned head on my shin, snoring with a sound that vibrated through my bones. Percy was sitting opposite me, trying to play cards with Annabeth using a deck he'd found in Ares's backpack. It wasn't going well. The truck hit a pothole every 30 seconds, sending the cards flying. "Go fish," Annabeth said, grabbing a flying ace of spades out of the air. "I hate this game," Percy grumbled. "And I hate trucks. And I hate Ares. When we see him again, I'm going to drown him in a toilet." "Get in line," I said, patting the lion's nose. The beast cracked one yellow eye open, let out a huff that smelled like raw meat, and went back to sleep. "We're almost there. I can feel the magic shifting." "Magic?" Annabeth looked up. "I thought Vegas was a dead zone for magic. Too much mortal chaos." "That's what they tell you in books," I said, rubbing the grime off my face. "But Vegas is different. It's synthetic magic. Neon lights, luck, greed, despair. It creates a background radiation. It buzzes. The truck began to slow down. The rumble of the tires on asphalt changed pitch. We were hitting city streets. "Showtime," I said. I gently shoved the lion's head off my leg. "All right, gang. Here's the plan. We stop. We get out. We liberate the zoo. We find a hotel. We sleep for 12 hours. We can't just release wild animals in Las Vegas." Annabeth protested, putting the cards away. "That's ecologically irresponsible. And dangerous." "Annabeth," I pointed to the lion. "He's going to turn into a rug if he stays in here. And the zebra looks like he's ready to commit a felony. We're doing a public service." The truck hissed to a halt. We heard the driver's door slam. Footsteps crunched on gravel. "Checking the cargo," a voice shouted from outside. "Now," I whispered. I drew my wand. Alohomora Maxima. I didn't just unlock the back door. I unlocked every cage in the truck simultaneously. The clicks echoed like dominoes falling. The animals froze. They realized the bars were open. The back of the truck rolled up. A burly man in a mesh cap stood there, holding a cattle prod. "All right, you filthy Ani," he stopped. He saw me. He saw Percy holding Riptide. He saw a lion standing next to me, stretching its claws. "Roar," I suggested to the lion. The lion obliged. It let out a roar that shook the filling in my teeth. The driver dropped the cattle prod. He turned white. He turned around and ran. He ran faster than I thought a human of his geometry could move. "Freedom run!" Grover yelled. We jumped out of the truck. We were in a parking lot behind a massive, glittering hotel. The neon sign above us buzzed, "The Lotus Hotel and Casino." The animals poured out of the truck. The zebras bolted for the strip. The antelopes scattered into the decorative bushes. The lion looked at me one last time, gave a respectful nod, I swear, and trotted off toward the all-you-can-eat buffet entrance. "Well," Percy said, watching an ostrich sprint down the sidewalk. "That's going to be on the news." "Come on," I said, turning toward the hotel. "I need a shower and a bed. Preferably in that order." We walked toward the entrance. The Lotus Casino looked inviting. Too inviting. The doors were made of glass and gold. The doorman was wearing a uniform that cost more than my entire life savings. He smiled as we approached. "Welcome to the Lotus Casino," he said. He didn't seem to mind that we looked like homeless teenagers who smelled like a barnyard. "We've been expecting you." "Expecting us?" Annabeth narrowed her eyes. "We didn't make a reservation." "We have room for everyone," the doorman beamed. "Please. Come in." I stepped across the threshold. The smell hit me first. It wasn't the stale smoke and desperation of a normal casino. It smelled like lotus flowers, sweet, heavy, and intoxicating. It smelled like warm rain and fresh laundry. The noise of the street vanished. The air conditioning was perfect. The lighting was soft, warm, and golden. "Whoa," Percy breathed. The lobby was massive. Imagine a cathedral dedicated to gaming. There were sprawling arcade zones, waterslides winding through the atrium, velvet couches, and waiters carrying trays of drinks that sparkled. "Check-in is right this way," a concierge said, gliding up to us. He handed us a green plastic card. "This is your Lotus Cash card. Unlimited credit. No limits. No bills. Enjoy your stay. Unlimited." Grover snatched the card. "Does that work at the snack bar?" "It works everywhere," the concierge smiled. It was a perfect smile. Too symmetrical. "Wait," I said, holding back. My aura instincts, well, my paranoia, were tingling. What's the catch? Nothing is free. No catch, sir, the concierge said smoothly. We just want you to have a good time. You look like you've been carrying a heavy burden. Why not put it down for a while? Put it down. The words washed over me. I felt my shoulders drop. The tension in my neck, which had been there since the Minotaur, suddenly evaporated. The ache in my ankle from the landing in St. Louis disappeared. Yeah, Percy murmured, looking at a virtual reality station in the distance. A break. Just for an hour. Just an hour, Annabeth agreed. She was looking at a 3D architectural planning game. I just want to check out the physics engine. I'm going to the buffet. Grover yelled, sprinting away. Guys, wait, I started, but the urge to follow them was overwhelming. I looked at the card in my hand. It was sleek. Cool to the touch. Why not? A voice in my head whispered. You've fought a god. You've jumped off an arch. You've hacked a cursed trap. You deserve a nap. You deserve a moment of peace. I walked into the crowd. The casino floor was packed, but it didn't feel crowded. Everyone was smiling. Kids were playing games. Teenagers were dancing. Adults were lounging. I found myself wandering toward a section of the casino that looked like a high-end lounge. There were fireplaces, deep leather armchairs, and walls lined with books. It looked like the Gryffindor common room. But better. Cleaner. Safer. I sat down in a chair. It swallowed me up. It was the most comfortable thing I had ever sat in. A waitress appeared. Can I get you anything, hon? Butterbeer, I said automatically. Warm. She didn't blink. Coming right up. She returned in seconds with a foaming tankard. It tasted exactly right. Better than Rosmerta's. It tasted like the memory of happiness. I took a sip. The world got fuzzy around the edges. This is nice, I thought. No Voldemort here. No Kronos here. Just, quiet. I closed my eyes. Time is a funny thing in magic. You can stretch it. You can compress it. You can loop it. In the Lotus Casino, time didn't exist. I was standing in a living room. It was warm. There was a fire crackling in the hearth. A Christmas tree stood in the corner, decorated with golden snitches and sparkling lights. Harry. Dinner's ready. I turned. Lily Potter was walking out of the kitchen. She was beautiful. She had my eyes. She was wearing a sweater that looked soft and worn. She wasn't a ghost. She wasn't a memory from a mirror. She was solid. Mum, my voice cracked. I was 5 years old. No, I was 15. No, I was just. Harry. Come on, sport, a deep voice boomed. James Potter walked in from the hallway. He was messy-haired, wearing glasses, grinning like he'd just pulled a prank. He scooped me up in a bear hug. He smelled like broomstick polish and wood smoke. Dad, I buried my face in his shoulder. You're here. Of course we're here, James laughed, ruffling my hair. Where else would we be? It's Christmas. But, the bad man, I stammered. The green light. Just a nightmare, Harry, Lily said, coming over and kissing my forehead. Her lips were warm. Just a bad dream. You're safe. We're a family. Look who's here. James spun me around. Sirius Black was leaning against the doorframe. He wasn't the gaunt, haunted man I knew. He was young, handsome, wearing a leather jacket and holding a wrapped present. Hey, kiddo, Sirius winked. Got you that broom tuning kit you wanted. We're going flying later. And Remus is bringing the chocolate, Lily added. It was perfect. It was everything I had ever wanted. The hole in my chest, the one that had been there since I was a baby, was filled. I sat down at the table. Roast chicken. Mashed potatoes. Treacle tart. Eat up, James said. You're a growing wizard. I picked up my fork. I was happy. I was so happy. But something was itching at the back of my skull. A sound. Clack. 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 Like the sound of a train. Or a clock. Ignore it, Sirius said, noticing my hesitation. Just the wind. No, I whispered. It's a timer. There are no timers here, Harry, Lily smiled. But her smile was a little too wide. A little too fixed. We have all the time in the world. All the time in the world. That phrase. It triggered something. A memory of a lesson. Snape's voice. Dumbledore's voice. Occlumency is not just about blocking thoughts, Potter. It is about recognizing what is real and what is planted. The mind is a fortress. Defend it. I looked at the table. The food. It looked delicious. But it had no steam. I looked at the fire. It was crackling, but the logs never burned down. I looked at my dad. He was looking at me with love. But his eyes didn't blink. This isn't real, I said softly. The room went still. The warmth dropped 10 degrees. Don't be silly, Harry, Lily said. Her voice was harder now. Of course it's real. It feels real, doesn't it? Don't you want to stay? I do, I admitted, tears pricking my eyes. I want this more than anything. Then stay, James said. He put a hand on my shoulder. It felt heavy. Like a shackle. Forget the quest. Forget the pain. Stay with us. I can't, I pushed my chair back. I have a brother. He needs me. You have no brother, Sirius said. His face was shadowing over. You're an only child. You're the boy who lived. I'm not just the boy who lived anymore, I stood up. The room began to vibrate. I'm Harry Evans. I'm a son of the sea. And I don't abandon my family. Not the real one. Sit down. Lily shrieked. Her face contorted, becoming skeletal. The illusion wavered. The Gryffindor common room flickered, revealing glimpses of a neon casino floor. I closed my eyes. I focused. I built the wall in my mind. The fortress. I pushed the emotion away, the desperate, childish need for parents. I replaced it with cold, hard logic. I am in Las Vegas. I am on a quest. This is a trap. Finite incantatem. I screamed the counterspell, not with my voice, but with my mind. I pushed a pulse of raw magic outward, shattering the mental construct. Crack. The living room exploded into shards of glass. My parents dissolved into mist. The warmth vanished, replaced by the freezing air conditioning of the casino. I gasped, snapping my eyes open. I was back in the leather chair. The butterbeer was still in my hand, but now it looked like what it was, a cup of green sludge. I dropped it. It spilled on the carpet, sizzling. I stood up, stumbling. My head pounded. I felt like I had a hangover from hell. Sir, the waitress was there instantly. Her smile was gone. Her eyes were reptilian slits. Is something wrong? Do you need more lotus? Get away from me, I snarled. I didn't reach for my wand. I reached for the Glock. I pistol-whipped the tray out of her hand. Where are my friends? I demanded, pointing the gun at her nose. They are happy, she hissed. They are staying. You should stay too. It has only been a few minutes. I glanced at a digital clock on the wall. It was blinking. Thursday. 11 a.m. Thursday. We arrived on Monday. 3 days, I whispered, the blood draining from my face. We lost 3 days. The summer solstice was tomorrow. We had 24 hours to get to Los Angeles, raid the underworld, and get the bolt back to New York. Panic, I told myself. Panic later. Rage now. I shoved the waitress aside. She felt like dry leaves. I ran into the arcade. Percy. Annabeth. Grover. The crowd was thick. Kids were glued to screens. Their eyes were glazed over. They were smiling, drooling slightly. I found Percy. He was standing in front of a massive VR rig. He was holding a plastic rifle. On the screen, he was shooting targets. But the background, it was a school. A normal high school. He was popular. He was high-fiving people. There were no monsters. Just a normal, happy life. Percy. I grabbed his shoulder. Hey, man, Percy said, not looking away from the screen. Check this out. I just got invited to prom. And I passed algebra. Percy, it's fake. I shook him. We have to go. Go where? Percy laughed. We just got here. It's been like 5 minutes. It's been 3 days. He ignored me. The magic of the lotus flowers was deep in his system. He was sedated. Physical force wasn't working. I needed a shock. I looked around. I saw a water fountain nearby. Sorry, Percy, I muttered. I pointed my wand at the fountain. Aguamenti. I didn't just spray him. I doused him. A gallon of ice-cold water hit him directly in the face. Percy sputtered, ripping the VR headset off. Hey! What the heck? Wake up! I slapped him. Hard. Across the face. Percy blinked. His eyes, which had been cloudy, suddenly sharpened. The green returned. The water dripping off his nose seemed to energize him. Harry, he shook his head. Why am I wet? Why are you hitting me? We're in a trap, I dragged him away from the game. The flowers. The air. It's a time trap. We've been here for 3 days. 3 days? Percy looked at his hands. But. I was just playing. I was normal. You're not normal, I said fiercely. You're a demigod. And right now, you're a wet demigod who is late for a war. Where is Annabeth? I think she went to the Sim City zone. We ran. We found Annabeth sitting in a pod, typing furiously on a holographic keyboard. On her screen was a city. A perfect city. Temples, parks, statues. Annabeth, I said. Shoo, she murmured. I almost have the zoning laws perfected. The aqueducts are 98% efficient. Annabeth, spider. Percy yelled. It was a cheap shot, but it worked. Annabeth jumped out of her chair, shrieking. Where? Where? In your head. I grabbed her arm. We have to go. Now. She looked at me, confused. Then she looked at the screen. Her perfect city. My designs, she faltered. They aren't real. I shouted. Real cities are messy. Real cities have monsters. Come on. We grabbed Grover last. He was in the VIP lounge, surrounded by plates of tin cans and enchiladas. He was watching a nature documentary on a loop. Grover. I kicked his chair. Celery, he mumbled. Grover, the wild is dying. Percy yelled. Pan is calling. That woke him up. Grover scrambled to his feet. Pan. Where? I'm coming. He's outside, I lied. Running away from us because we're late. We huddled together in the middle of the casino floor. The other patrons were starting to look at us. The staff, the lizard-eyed waitresses and the plastic-faced bouncers, were closing in. They know we're breaking the trance, I said, drawing my wand. Exit strategy. Front door, Percy said, pointing. It's a straight shot. It's blocked, Annabeth pointed out. A line of security guards, massive guys in black suits who looked like they were carved from granite, stood arm in arm across the exit. So we go through them, I said. Glass cannon style. Wait, Percy grabbed my arm. He was looking at a kid in the corner. A boy, maybe 10 years old, with dark hair and olive skin. He was wearing an aviator jacket that looked like it was from the 1940s. He was playing a card game called Mythamagic alone at a booth. What about him? I asked. He feels like me, Percy whispered. Like, powerful. The kid looked up. His eyes were dark, like pieces of coal. He looked at Percy, then at me. He didn't smile. He just tapped a card on the table, a Hades card, and went back to his game. We can't save everyone, Annabeth said, pulling Percy. If he's here, he's been here a long time. Look at his clothes. We have to move. I yelled. The security guards charged. Stupefy. I fired a stunner at the lead guard. It hit him in the chest. He didn't fall. He absorbed it. His skin rippled like liquid mercury. Automatons. Annabeth realized. They're machines. Percy. Water. There's no water. Percy yelled. Just fountains. Use the fountains. Percy raised his hands. The decorative fountains lining the lobby exploded. The water rushed toward us, forming a swirling barrier. Annabeth, find a weak point. I shouted, switching tactics. Confringo. I blasted the floor in front of the guards. The marble shattered, creating a crater. 2 guards fell in, but they scrambled out with mechanical precision. They're connected to the building. Annabeth shouted. The magic powers them. We have to get outside the threshold. I'll make a path. I holstered my wand and grabbed the Glock. I loaded a clip of Hephaestus-forged explosive rounds. Boom. 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 I fired at the glass doors behind the guards. The reinforced glass shattered under the magical impact. Run. We sprinted. A guard lunged at Grover. I didn't stop. I shoulder-checked him, using a burst of kinetic magic to enhance my strength. It felt like hitting a brick wall, but he stumbled back. Percy was using Riptide like a baseball bat, smacking robot limbs away. We burst through the shattered doors and spilled out onto the sidewalk of the Las Vegas Strip. The heat hit us like a physical blow. It was noon. The sun was blinding. The smells of exhaust and hot pavement replaced the lotus perfume. We're out. Grover gasped, kissing the dirty concrete. Sweet, nasty reality. Don't celebrate yet, I checked my watch. Thursday, 12:15 p.m. We have less than 24 hours, Annabeth said, her face pale. Los Angeles is 300 miles away. We can't walk. We need a car, Percy said. I can't hotwire a car, I admitted. Wizards don't do ignitions. I can, a voice said behind us. We turned. It wasn't a threat. It was a valet. A young guy, looking bored, holding a set of keys. He was staring at the chaos inside the casino. Hey, I said, walking up to him. I waved my hand in front of his face. Confundo. His eyes glazed over. You want to lend us a car, I suggested. A fast car. A car that can get to LA in 3 hours. I want to lend you a car, the valet repeated monotonously. Take the red one. It's Italian. The owner is indistinct. He tossed me the keys. I caught them. I looked at the car. It was a Ferrari. Bright red. Low to the ground. It looked like it was moving even when it was parked. Shotgun. Percy yelled. You don't have a license. Annabeth argued. I'm driving, I said, jumping into the driver's seat. I played Grand Theft Auto once at Dudley's house. Basically the same thing. Oh gods, Grover whimpered, climbing into the tiny back seat. We're going to die. I jammed the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. It sounded like a dragon clearing its throat. Buckle up, demigods, I grinned, shifting gears. Next stop, the underworld. I slammed on the gas. The Ferrari peeled out, leaving a cloud of expensive tire smoke. We merged onto the highway, weaving through traffic at 100 miles an hour. As we left Vegas in the dust, I looked in the rearview mirror. The Lotus Casino shimmered in the heat haze. It looked beautiful. And deadly. I touched the scar on my forehead. It was burning. Not from the heat. From proximity. We're getting closer, I said over the roar of the engine. I can feel it. Feel what? Percy shouted over the wind. Death, I said. And something worse. I didn't tell them about the vision I'd had just as we broke out. A vision of a pit. A deep, dark pit in Tartarus. And a voice that wasn't Hades, wasn't Ares, wasn't even Voldemort. A voice that sounded like rocks grinding together. The wizard comes. The sea comes, bring them to me. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Percy, I said. Check the weapons. Annabeth, check the map. Grover, eat a can. Why? Percy asked, sensing my tension. Because when we get to LA, I said, watching the speedometer climb past 120. We aren't knocking on the door. We're kicking it in. The desert blurred past us. Time was running out. The sky was turning a hazy, smoggy orange as we approached California. We were tired. We were traumatized. We were 3 days late. But we were fast. And we had a Ferrari. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Descent into Tartarus. Los Angeles is a city of dreams, or so they say. But when you're driving a stolen Ferrari at 140 miles per hour down the Santa Monica freeway with a satyr chewing on the upholstery in the back seat, it looks more like a city of nightmares waiting to happen. The smog hung over the skyline like a dirty blanket. The Hollywood sign was barely visible through the haze. My hands were cramped around the steering wheel. We had made the drive in record time, thanks to a few repello-muggletum charms that kept the highway patrol from noticing a red blur weaving through traffic like a maniac. Pull over there, Annabeth pointed to a grimy alleyway near the beach. That's the address from the manifest. DOA Recording Studios. I drifted the Ferrari into the alley, narrowly missing a dumpster. The engine ticked as it cooled down. We're here, I said, killing the ignition. The entrance to the underworld. The building looked unimpressive. Blacked-out windows, graffiti on the brick walls, and a neon sign that flickered ominously, DOA, dead on arrival, Percy muttered. Subtle. Let's go, I said, checking my gear. Wand. Check. Glock. Reloaded with celestial bronze hollow points. Dagger. Sharp. Nerves. Fried. We walked into the lobby. It was freezing cold. Not air-conditioned cold, grave cold. The floor was black marble, and the music playing softly in the background was elevator music versions of funeral dirges. Behind the security desk sat a man who was almost certainly dead. His skin was translucent, his suit was from the 1970s, and he was reading a magazine called Modern Haunting. "Sharon," Annabeth whispered. "The ferryman." I walked up to the desk. "We need passage." Sharon lowered the magazine. He looked at us with eyes that were just empty sockets filled with night. "Reservations?" "No," I said. "Walk-ins." "We're full," Sharon drawled, sounding bored. "Unless you're dead." "Are you dead?" "Not yet," Percy said. "Then beat it, living breathers." "No tours." I leaned on the desk. "Look, Sharon. I know you're underpaid. I know Hades is a cheapskate. I know you've been asking for a pay raise for 3,000 years. Sharon sat up straighter. "How do you know that?" "I know things," I bluffed. "I also know that Italian suits are expensive." I reached into my pocket and pulled out a pouch. I dumped it on the counter. Gold. A pile of galleons, wizard gold, mixed with golden drachmas. It was a small fortune. Enough to buy a decent house in London. "That's real gold," I said. "Not credit. Not promises. Cold, hard currency." Sharon stared at the pile. He picked up a galleon, bit it, clinking against spectral teeth, and nodded. "You speak my language, kid." He swept the coins into a drawer. "Boat leaves in 5 minutes. Don't touch the water. If you fall in, you stay in." We walked through the security gates. The hallway stretched on forever, sloping downwards. The deeper we went, the colder it got. The elevator music faded, replaced by the sound of rushing water. A massive, dark river. The Styx. The ferry was a barge made of black wood. It was crowded with shades, ghosts, shuffling aboard. They looked confused, sad, gray. "Blend in," I whispered. "Don't make eye contact." We boarded the boat. Sharon stood at the helm, using a long pole to push us off the dock. The river Styx was disgusting. It was filled with trash, broken dreams, and old diplomas. But it also pulsed with power. As a son of Poseidon, I felt it tugging at my navel. It was water, but it was hateful water. "If I jump in," Percy whispered to me, staring at the current. "Could I control it?" "You'd dissolve," I murmured back. "The Styx binds oaths. It strips away humanity. Don't test it, Perce." The journey took an eternity, or maybe 5 minutes. Time was slippery down here. We docked at a massive obsidian wharf. Ahead of us lay the Pavilion of Judgment and the gates of Hades. But blocking the path was a queue of ghosts miles long. And guarding the gate was a dog. A big dog. Cerberus. He was a Rottweiler the size of a dump truck. 3 heads. 3 distinct personalities. The left head was growling at a ghost. The middle head was sleeping. The right head was watching us with intelligent, hungry eyes. "We can't fight that," Grover squeaked. "I'm a satyr. Dogs love to chase me." "We don't fight," Annabeth said. She reached into her backpack and pulled out a red rubber ball. "We play." She walked forward. "Hey, boy. Who's a good boy?" Cerberus's ears perked up. All 3 heads focused on the tiny red ball. "You want it?" Annabeth teased. "Fetch." She threw the ball. Cerberus scrambled after it, his massive paws shaking the ground. The line of ghosts scattered. "Run!" Annabeth hissed. We sprinted through the easy death lane, bypassing the judges. We were in. The fields of asphodel stretched out before us, a gray, grassy plain where millions of souls wandered aimlessly. It was silent. Depressing. Keep moving, I said, checking the compass on my wand. Hades's palace is that way. The darkest part of the dark. We trekked through the underworld. We passed the fields of punishment, where Sisyphus was rolling his rock and Tantalus was reaching for fruit. I saw a few wizards there too, dark wizards being tormented by their own spells. Finally, the palace of Hades loomed. It was a fortress of black obsidian, surrounded by walls of bone. The gates were unguarded. Or so it seemed. As we walked into the courtyard, the shadows lengthened. Skeleton warriors rose from the ground. They were wearing U.S. Army uniforms from different eras: Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War II. They held muskets, M16s, and swords. Hold your fire, I ordered my team. We walked up the steps to the throne room. The doors blasted open. Hades sat on his throne. He was 20 feet tall, wearing a robe woven from souls. His skin was pale white, his hair jet black. He radiated an aura of terror that made my knees shake. You dare? Hades boomed. The room shook. You dare come into my house, you thief? We aren't thieves. Percy yelled, stepping forward. We came to get the bolt back. The bolt? Hades laughed. It was a dry, rasping sound. You play innocent. You, the son of Poseidon. You come here to mock me after stealing my helm. Your helm? I asked, stepping up beside Percy. The helm of darkness is missing too. Do not lie to me, wizard. Hades pointed a skeletal finger at me. I know who you are. Harry Potter. The one who cheats death. You reek of it. I didn't steal your helmet, I said firmly. We're here because we think you stole the bolt. To start a war. I do not want war. Hades roared. I want to be left alone. My kingdom is overflowing. I don't need more dead. But Poseidon, he sends his brats to steal my symbol of power. Check your pockets, boy, Hades sneered at Percy. Percy looked confused. He took off the backpack Ares had given him. He unzipped it. He pulled out a heavy, cylindrical object. It crackled with electricity. The master bolt. It was in the bag, Percy stammered. Ares gave it to me. And the other one? Hades looked at me. The wizard's prize? I felt a weight in my jacket pocket. A weight that hadn't been there before. I reached in. My hand closed around a cold, glass sphere. The prophecy orb. We were framed, I realized. The blood drained from my face. Ares. He planted them on us. He used us as mules to bring the items to you. A lie. Hades shouted. You brought them to threaten me. Give them to me. And the bolt. No, Percy said, gripping the bolt. If we give it to you, you'll use it against Olympus. We have to return it to Zeus. Then you will die. Hades slammed his hand on the armrest. The ground cracked. An army of skeletons poured into the throne room. Hundreds of them. Kill them. Hades commanded. Harry. Do something. Grover yelled, brandishing his reed pipes. I looked at the skeletons. I looked at Hades. I looked at the dark, oily water of the river Styx that flowed in a decorative channel around the throne. I made a choice. A dangerous choice. Percy, I said calmly. Get ready to run. What are you going to do? I'm going to negotiate. My way. I ran toward the throne. Avada Kedavra. I screamed the killing curse. Hades flinched. Even a god fears that sound. The green light erupted from my wand. But I didn't aim at Hades. I aimed at the ceiling. At the massive stalactites hanging above the throne. The spell hit the rock. It shattered the base of a stone spike the size of a bus. It fell. Hades looked up, his eyes widening. He raised a hand to catch the stone. While he was distracted, I turned to the river. Aqua erupto. I didn't use a normal water summoning charm. I poured my demigod will into the Styx water. Rise. The black water of the Styx obeyed. It didn't want to, but I forced it. I was a son of the sea, and all water, even the water of death, had to listen eventually. A tidal wave of black sludge rose from the channel. It crashed into the ranks of the skeletons. The skeletons screamed as the Styx water touched them. It dissolved their bones. It washed them away. You dare use my own river against me? Hades roared, smashing the falling stone into dust with his fist. I dare anything to save my brother. I shouted back. I grabbed the prophecy orb from my pocket. I held it up. Hades. Look. I channeled magic into the orb. It glowed blue. This is what was stolen from the ministry. It shows the future. Do you want to know who really stole your helm? Hades paused. His greed for knowledge outweighed his anger. Show me. I threw the orb. Not at him. At the floor between us. It smashed. Smoke rose from the shards. A holographic image formed. It showed a young man. Blonde hair. A scar on his face. He was holding the helm of darkness and the master bolt. He was laughing. And standing behind him was a shadowy figure with snake-like eyes. Luke, Percy gasped. And Voldemort, I added. Hades stared at the image. The son of Hermes. And the shade of the dark wizard. They played us, I said, breathing hard. They played all of us. They want the gods to fight so Kronos can rise while you're distracted. Hades sat back on his throne. The remaining skeletons lowered their weapons. Kronos, Hades whispered. My father. He's in the pit, Percy said. We heard him. In our dreams. He's waking up. Hades looked at us. He looked at the bolt in Percy's hand. Go, Hades said quietly. What? Go. Hades roared. Take the bolt. Return it to Olympus. Stop the war. If Kronos rises, he will destroy my kingdom first. I will not be ruled by him again. What about my mother? Percy asked. You have her. Hades waved his hand. A golden shimmer appeared. Sally Jackson materialized, sleeping on a stone bench. Take her, Hades sneered. I have no use for mortals. But know this, Jackson. My helm is still missing. If you do not return it to me, I will unleash the dead upon the surface. We'll get it, I promised. We know who has it. Then leave. Hades slammed his fist. Before I change my mind. I grabbed Sally. Percy grabbed Grover and Annabeth. Pearls. Percy yelled. The Nereid gave me pearls to escape. He pulled out 3 milky white spheres. 3. I counted. There are 5 of us. Me, you, Annabeth, Grover, Mom. Someone has to stay, Grover said softly. I'll stay. I'm a satyr. I can handle the underworld. No. Percy shouted. I'll stay, I said. I can shadow travel. Maybe. You're exhausted. Annabeth cried. You'll fade. We don't have a choice. Just then, the ground rumbled. The exit was closing. Use the pearls. I ordered. Take Mom. I'll find my own way out. Harry, no. Percy grabbed my arm. Trust me. I shoved them together. Percy smashed the pearls. Bubbles of light enveloped Percy, Annabeth, Grover, and Sally. They began to float upward, through the cavern ceiling. "Harry!" Percy screamed as he floated away. I was alone. In the throne room of Hades. Hades looked down at me. "You are brave, wizard," the god mused. "Or stupid?" "A bit of both," I said, my hand on my wand. "Now, do you have a visitor's exit?" Hades smirked. "No. But you have shadows." He was right. The room was full of shadows. I closed my eyes. I thought of the surface. I thought of the beach in Santa Monica where the others would surface. I felt the pull. It was harder this time. The underworld gravity wanted to keep me. "Let go," I told the darkness. "I am not yours yet." I stepped into the shadow of the throne. The cold rushed over me. It felt like being torn apart by ice hooks. My vision went black. I tumbled out of a shadow cast by a lifeguard tower on Santa Monica Beach. I hit the sand face first. I tasted salt and grit. I rolled over, coughing. The sun was setting. It was beautiful. Harry. Percy was there. He was wet, shivering, but alive. Sally was lying on the sand nearby, Annabeth checking her pulse. "She's alive," Annabeth called out. "She's just sleeping." "We made it," Percy helped me up. "I thought you were hard to kill," I wheezed. "Potter luck." "Look," Grover pointed down the beach. Standing by the water's edge was a man. He was leaning against a motorcycle. A new motorcycle. Ares. But he wasn't alone. Standing next to him, holding a dark, horned helmet, was Luke Castellan. And standing next to Luke, wearing ragged black robes and holding a wand that looked like a bone, was a woman with wild hair. Bellatrix Lestrange. "The reunion," I said, drawing my sword and my wand. "The traitor, the war god, and the witch." "Luke!" Percy yelled, stepping forward. "Why?" Luke turned. His face wasn't friendly anymore. It was twisted with hate. "Because the gods are tyrants, Percy. They need to fall. Kronos will bring a new golden age." "And Voldemort?" I asked, looking at Bellatrix. "Is he part of the golden age?" Bellatrix cackled. "The Dark Lord cares not for your ages. He wants the power of the death god. With the helm, he can command the armies of the dead. That's the plan," I realized. "Kronos gets Olympus. Voldemort gets the underworld." "Smart boy," Ares grinned, taking out a baseball bat that turned into a massive sword. "Too bad you have to die now." "We have the bolt," Percy said, raising Riptide. "And we have the helm," Luke said, putting it on. He vanished into invisibility. "And I," Bellatrix shrieked, raising her wand, "have a score to settle." I looked at Percy. "You take Ares," I said. "Water versus war. You can take him." "What about Luke?" "Annabeth, you have the cap. Hunt the invisible man." "And the witch?" Percy asked. I cocked the slide of my Glock. I spun my wand. "The witch is mine." The sun touched the horizon. The final battle for the bolt began. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The lightning thief revealed the beach at Santa Monica should have been peaceful at twilight. You know, cotton candy skies, the smell of sunscreen, maybe a couple of surfers trying to catch the last wave of the day. It should have been the kind of place where you take a date, not the kind of place where you stand off against the literal god of war, a psychotic witch from a different dimension of magic, and your former sword-fighting instructor who just stabbed you in the back. But hey, my life stopped being peaceful the moment Hagrid kicked down a door in a shack on a rock, and it certainly didn't get any simpler when Poseidon decided to claim me. I stood on the cooling sand, the ocean lapping at the heels of my combat boots. To my left, Percy looked like a drowned rat that had been plugged into a high-voltage socket. He was wet, shivering, but his eyes were glowing with that terrifying green light that meant he was tapping into the deep reserves. To my right, Annabeth was gripping her dagger so hard her knuckles were white, staring at Luke Castellan like she was trying to solve a math equation that resulted in his death. And in front of us, the nightmare blunt rotation. Ares leaned against his motorcycle, a massive broadsword resting casually on his shoulder. He looked bored, like he was waiting for a slow barista to finish his order. Luke stood next to him, his face a mask of cold indifference, holding the helm of darkness tucked under his arm like a football. And then there was Bellatrix. She was vibrating. That's the only way to describe it. She was bouncing on the balls of her feet, her wand twitching, her dark eyes darting between me and Percy with a hunger that made my skin crawl. She looked like a feral cat that had just been given a bag of catnip and a loaded shotgun. "So," I said, breaking the silence. My voice sounded calm, but inside, my adrenaline was redlining. "This is the part where you monologue, right? Tell us how you're going to remake the world. Destroy Olympus. Something about a new order." Luke stepped forward. He didn't look crazy. That was the worst part. He looked sane. He looked like he truly believed he was the hero of this story. "It's not a monologue, Harry," Luke said, his voice smooth. "It's an invitation. You don't belong with them. Look at you. You're a wizard. You know what the gods are. They're parasites. They use us, they ignore us, and when we break, they replace us. And your solution is what?" I asked, my hand hovering over the grip of my Glock. "Kronos. The guy who ate his own kids. Yeah, Father of the Year material right there. Kronos is a means to an end," Luke said, his eyes flashing gold, Titan gold. "He will tear down the throne room. He will burn the camps. And from the ashes, we build something better. A world where the strong aren't leashed by ancient laws." "And where does he fit in?" I nodded toward the empty space beside Bellatrix, where the air felt oily and cold. Even though Voldemort had no body, his presence was like a stain on the reality of the beach. Bellatrix let out a shriek of laughter. "The Dark Lord is the architect. He has seen the truth of magic. Divine blood and wizarding magic, together, they are unstoppable. We will not just rule the Muggles, little Potter. We will rule the dead." "That's the deal," Annabeth realized, her voice trembling with rage. "You give Kronos the surface. Voldemort gets the underworld. You're trading one tyrant for two. We're trading stagnation for evolution." Luke snapped. He drew his sword, Backbiter. The blade was strange, half steel, half celestial bronze. It hummed with a sickly gray light. "Last chance, guys. Drop the bolt. Walk away. I don't want to kill you. You're still family." "Family?" Percy stepped forward. The ocean behind him rose 3 feet, a silent wall of water responding to his anger. "You tried to kill me with a pit scorpion. You framed me. You stole from your own father. You aren't family, Luke. You're a traitor." Ares laughed. It was a sound like rocks grinding in a blender. "All right, enough talk. I'm getting bored. And when I get bored, I start breaking things." He swung his massive sword down, carving a trench in the sand. "Here's how this goes," Ares grinned, his nuclear fire eyes locking onto Percy. "I squish the sea spawn. The traitor cuts the girl. And the witch." He nodded at Bellatrix. "She wants the wizard. Something about a family reunion." Bellatrix licked her lips. "I'm going to peel him like a grape." I looked at Percy. We didn't need to speak. We had that brotherly telepathy thing going on, or maybe just shared trauma. Plan, hit them hard. Hit them fast. Don't die. Percy, I said quietly. Take the god. On it, Percy said. Annabeth, I didn't look at her. Luke is yours. You know his style. Don't let him use the helm. And you? Annabeth whispered. I drew my wand in my left hand and the Glock in my right. I'm going to teach my Aunt Bella a lesson in modern warfare. The sun dipped below the horizon. The last ray of light vanished. Now. I screamed. The beach exploded. I didn't wait for Bellatrix to cast. I knew her style. She liked the unforgivables. She liked big, flashy, painful magic. She expected a duel. She expected bowing and Latin. She didn't expect a 9mm hollow point round traveling at supersonic speed. Bang! Bang! I double-tapped the trigger. The shots rang out, deafening in the quiet beach air. Bellatrix was fast, terrifyingly fast for a human. She spun, her robes whipping around her like smoke. Protego. Her shield charm flared silver. The bullets hit the magical barrier and flattened, dropping into the sand as hot lumps of lead. But the impact staggered her. She stumbled back, her eyes widening. Filthy little half-blood, she screeched. You dare use muggle toys on me? It's effective. I yelled, sprinting to the right. I needed to draw her away from Percy and Ares. Depulso. I hit the sand at her feet with a banishing charm. A geyser of silica erupted, blinding her momentarily. Crucio. The red light of the torture curse slashed through the sand cloud. It missed my head by inches. I could feel the static electricity of the spell, it made my teeth ache. If that hit me, it was game over. No shields blocked the Cruciatus. I dove into a roll, coming up behind a concrete lifeguard tower. Come out, Harry. Bellatrix sang, her voice echoing with madness. She was walking toward me, her wand slashing through the air, sending jets of purple fire into the dunes. Come out and play. Auntie Bella wants to hear you scream, just like your mother did. That did it. The cold rage I had felt in the underworld returned. It wasn't the hot, impulsive anger of a Gryffindor. It was the crushing, heavy pressure of the ocean. I holstered the gun. I needed both hands for this. I stepped out from behind the tower. You want to talk about my mother? I said, my voice low. The wind picked up, whipping my hair. Let's talk about yours. The House of Black. Noble. Ancient. And completely extinct after I'm done with you. Bellatrix snarled. Avada Kedavra, expulso. I was faster. Not because I was a better wizard, but because I didn't care about form. I cast from the hip. My spell hit the sand in front of her again, but this time, I poured the Poseidon magic into it. The sand didn't just fly, it turned into wet, heavy mud instantly, fueled by the groundwater beneath the beach. Bellatrix's feet sank. She shrieked as the mud solidified, trapping her ankles. Incendio. She cast a ring of fire around herself to bake the mud dry, freeing her legs. She was good. Scary good. She transitioned from the fire spell immediately into a slashing curse. Sectum Sempra. I recognized the spell. Snape's signature. The invisible sword. I didn't block it. I couldn't. I operat. Crack. I vanished a split second before the invisible blade carved through the space where my chest had been. I reappeared 10 feet in the air, directly above her. Gravity took over. I fell toward her, my celestial bronze dagger drawn in my right hand, my wand in my left. Surprise, I gritted out. Bellatrix looked up. For the first time, I saw fear. She raised her wand, but she couldn't aim fast enough. I slammed into her. We hit the sand in a tangle of limbs and robes. I drove my knee into her stomach, knocking the wind out of her. I brought the dagger down. She caught my wrist. Her grip was like a vice. Her strength was unnatural, enhanced by dark rituals, no doubt. You have his eyes, she hissed, spitting in my face. But you have the Dark Lord's anger. I have my father's right hook, I corrected. I headbutt her. It hurt me just as much as it hurt her, but it stunned her. Her grip loosened. I rolled off her, scrambling to my feet. Stupefy. I fired point blank. She deflected it with a wandless wave of her hand. Wandless magic. High-level stuff. We circled each other. The sounds of the other battles raged around us, the crash of waves, the clang of metal. You can't win, Potter, Bellatrix taunted, wiping blood from her nose. You are fighting for a dead system. The Ministry falls. Olympus falls. We are the future. You're not the future, I panted, leveling my wand. You're just a bad memory. I attacked. This time, I didn't use standard dueling spells. I used the camp training. I moved. I cast a spell, sprinted, slid, cast another. Reducto to the left, Confringo to the right. I kept her spinning, forcing her to shield constantly. She was getting frustrated. And a frustrated wizard gets sloppy. Meanwhile, down by the waterline, a collision of titans was shaking the earth. Percy Jackson was fighting a god. And he wasn't losing. Ares was a blur of motion. His sword, a 6-foot slab of iron, swung with enough force to cleave a tank. But Percy wasn't there. My brother was dancing. He was moving with the flow of the waves. Every time Ares swung, Percy would dissolve into the surf, reappearing 10 feet away, riding a crest of water. Stand still, you slippery little punk. Ares roared, smashing his fist into the wet sand. A shockwave of red energy rippled out, turning the sand into glass. Make me. Percy yelled. He thrust his hands forward. The ocean responded with a roar. A 20-foot wave rose up behind Ares. It wasn't just water, it was filled with debris, driftwood, seaweed, rocks. The wave crashed down on the war god. Ares was buried. But seconds later, the water boiled. Steam erupted. Ares walked out of the surf, glowing red-hot. The water evaporated off his armor instantly. Is that all you got? Ares laughed. A splash contest? He pointed his sword at Percy. I'm going to turn you into sushi. Ares charged. He was fast, faster than he had been in Denver. He was taking this seriously now. Percy raised Riptide. He met the god's charge. Clang. The sound of their swords meeting shattered windows in the parking lot nearby. Percy was driven to his knees. The strength difference was massive. Ares pushed down, his grin widening. Weak, Ares spat. Just like your father. Hiding in the deep while the real men fight. My father, Percy grunted, his arms shaking under the weight of the god's blade, is the Earthshaker. Percy stomped his foot. He didn't aim for Ares. He aimed for the fault line. The beach trembled. A fissure opened up right between Ares's legs. A geyser of high-pressure saltwater shot up, catching the god in the chin. Ares stumbled back, blinded. Percy didn't let up. He spun Riptide, slashing at Ares's heel, the Achilles tendon. The celestial bronze bit into the god's flesh. Ares howled. It was a sound of pure outrage. Golden ichor, the blood of the gods, sprayed onto the sand. You cut me. Ares bellowed. The sky turned red. You actually cut me. The ocean behind Percy began to swirl. The water turned dark, almost black. Percy wasn't just controlling the surface anymore, he was pulling from the depths. Leave, Percy commanded. His voice echoed, sounding like two voices, his own, and something much older. Leave, or I'll drown you in your own blood. Up on the dunes, Annabeth was playing a game of chess with an invisible opponent. Luke had vanished the moment the fight started. The helm of darkness didn't just make you invisible, it turned you into fear itself. Shadows lengthened and twisted around Annabeth. Whispers echoed in her ears. You're smart, Annabeth. But you're always second best, Talia died because of you, you can't save them. Psychological warfare. Luke knew her weak spots. Annabeth stood in the center of a flat patch of sand, her dagger held in a reverse grip. She had her eyes closed. She wasn't looking. She was listening. You talk too much, Luke, she said calmly. Whoosh. A shift in the wind to her left. Annabeth ducked. Backbiter sliced through the air where her neck had been. She lashed out with her dagger, aiming for where his stomach should be. Her blade sparked against celestial bronze armor. Too slow. Luke's voice came from everywhere. He kicked her. An invisible boot slammed into her ribs. Annabeth flew backward, tumbling down the dune. She landed hard, coughing sand. Give it up, Annabeth, Luke's voice was right beside her ear. Join us. We can rebuild it. We can bring Talia back. The Golden Fleece. I know where it is. We can save her. Annabeth froze. Talia. Kronos can reverse time, Luke whispered. We can undo the mistake on Half-Blood Hill. We can be a family again. For a second, Annabeth hesitated. The offer was everything she wanted. Then she looked down at the beach. She saw Percy fighting a god. She saw me dueling a witch. She saw us bleeding for a world that didn't care about us. We are a family, Annabeth said, gripping her dagger. And you betrayed it. She grabbed a handful of sand. Calculation, wind speed, 15 knots. Trajectory, intercept. She threw the sand into the air. It coated an invisible form standing 3 feet away. The outline of a boy with a sword. Gotcha, Annabeth snarled. She lunged. She didn't stab him. She tackled him. She grabbed the invisible helmet on his head and yanked. The helm of darkness came loose. Luke shimmered into existence. He looked shocked. My turn, Annabeth said. She punched him in the face. A solid, Athena-approved right cross. Luke stumbled back, dropping Backbiter. He touched his lip, looking at the blood. He looked at Annabeth with a mixture of anger and sadness. You shouldn't have done that, Luke whispered. He raised his hand. He wasn't reaching for his sword. He was reaching for something in his pocket. The prophecy orb. No, I had smashed that. He was reaching for a flash drive. A modern flash drive. What is that? Annabeth asked. Backup plan, Luke said. Back to me. Bellatrix was getting tired of playing with her food. She realized I wasn't just a student. I was a veteran. Fiend fire. She screamed at this time. The cursed fire erupted from her wand, a massive, roaring dragon of flames. It consumed the oxygen on the beach. The sand turned to glass beneath it. I'm going to burn you to ash, Potter. The fire dragon lunged at me. I couldn't block fiend fire. No shield could stop it. Water would just evaporate. I needed to fight fire with void. I remembered the feeling of the shadow travel. The cold. The emptiness. I holstered my wand. I didn't need a spell. I needed a concept. I held out my hand. I focused on the shadows cast by the pier. I pulled on them. Nox. I shouted, but I wasn't casting a light extinguishing charm. I was summoning the essence of the underworld. A wall of shadow rose up from the ground. It wasn't physical darkness, it was a tear in the world. The fire dragon slammed into the shadow wall. It didn't explode. It was absorbed. The darkness ate the fire. The flames sputtered and died, suffocated by the vacuum of the underworld magic residue clinging to me. Bellatrix gaped. Impossible. You command the dark. I was adopted, I said, gasping for breath. The move had drained me. By a very dysfunctional family. I didn't give her time to recover. I drew the Glock again. Last chance, Bella. Yield. She laughed. A black never yields. She raised her wand for the killing curse. Avada, I pulled the trigger. Click. Empty. Oh, I said. Bellatrix grinned. Die. Swoosh. A trident, a literal trident made of water, impaled Bellatrix's shoulder, pinning her to the lifeguard tower. She screamed, dropping her wand. I looked over. Percy was standing there, his hand extended. Ares was gone, retreated into a pillar of flame down the beach. Nobody, Percy panted, kills my brother. Bellatrix writhed, the water trident holding her fast. She looked at us with pure, unadulterated hate. This isn't over, she shrieked. The Lord Titan rises. The Dark Lord returns. You have won nothing but time. Suddenly, the air around her twisted. A black smoke enveloped her. Voldemort. His spirit form swirled around her. Leave them, a voice hissed, echoing in all our minds. We have what we need. No. I want their heads. Bellatrix screamed. We have the helm, the voice hissed. Luke has the helm. Come. Luke was running down the beach toward them. He had recovered his sword. He had the helm of darkness clutched in his hand. Annabeth, stop him. I yelled. Annabeth tried to tackle him again, but Luke was ready. He slashed Backbiter through the air. A rift opened, a portal. Not a shadow travel portal, but a cut in reality. Goodbye, Annabeth, Luke said, stepping into the rift. Next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. Bellatrix dissolved into smoke and flew into the rift after him. The portal snapped shut. Silence returned to the beach. We stood there, panting, bleeding, and trembling. Ares was gone. Luke was gone. Bellatrix was gone. They got away, Annabeth said, falling to her knees in the sand. They have the helm. But we have the bolt, Percy said. He lifted the metal cylinder. It was heavy, humming with power. And we're alive. I walked over to where Bellatrix had been pinned. There was a scorch mark on the lifeguard tower. And something else. A piece of paper. It must have fallen from her robes during the fight. I picked it up. It was a photograph. An old, moving wizard photograph. It showed a graduating class from Hogwarts. A young Bellatrix. A young Lucius Malfoy. And, a young Sirius Black. But someone had burned Sirius's face out of the photo with a cigarette. She carried this, I murmured. She hates him that much. Harry, Percy called out. Look. Sirens. Police cars were swarming the pier. The mortals had noticed the explosions, the fire dragon, and the 20-foot waves. We have to go, I said, shoving the photo into my pocket. We can't explain this to the LAPD. How? Annabeth asked. We don't have the car. The Ferrari is back at the studio. We fly, Percy said. Zeus will blast us, Annabeth argued. No, I looked at the sky. It was dark now. The solstice had started. Zeus wants his bolt. He won't shoot down the delivery boys. We don't have a plane, Percy pointed out. I looked at the water. We don't need a plane, I said. We have the ocean. I focused. I reached out with my mind, past the surf, past the continental shelf. I called for help. Father. We need a lift. The water bubbled. 3 shapes rose from the deep. Hippocampi. Horses with the tails of fish, shimmering with rainbow scales. They were magnificent. Ride in style. I grinned at Percy. Ride in style, he agreed. We mounted the seahorses. They were fast, faster than any broomstick I'd ever ridden. To New York. Percy commanded. The hippocampi dove. We didn't go underwater. We skimmed the surface, moving at impossible speeds. The coastline of California blurred. We were racing the clock. The solstice deadline was dawn. We had to cross the entire continent in one night. Harry, Percy shouted over the wind and spray as we tore across the waves. Ares, he said something. What? He said, the Dark Lord is the architect. Do you think Voldemort is planning something bigger than just the underworld? I looked ahead, into the dark Atlantic. My scar prickled. I shouted back, that Voldemort is trying to become a god. The realization hung in the air between us. If Voldemort used the souls of the underworld and the power of Kronos, he wouldn't just be a dark wizard. He would be an immortal entity. A god of death. We had to stop him. But first, we had to return a lightning bolt to a cranky sky god before he nuked New York City. Hang on. I yelled. We're going hyperspeed. I pushed my magic into the hippocampus. The creature neighed, its scales glowing. We broke the sound barrier. A sonic boom echoed across the ocean. Next stop, the Empire State Building. And I had a few words for Zeus. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The Sky Battle. There is a very specific kind of math you have to do when you are a demigod running against a deadline set by the king of the gods. It involves calculating wind speed, distance, the velocity of a magical seahorse, and the probability of being blasted into subatomic particles by a lightning bolt. We were skimming across the Pacific Ocean on the backs of 3 hippocampi. These things were beautiful, shimmering scales, tails that moved like liquid mercury, and manes made of seafoam. They were fast. We were breaking the sound barrier, leaving a sonic boom in our wake that probably shattered windows from Santa Monica to Malibu. But as the adrenaline from the beach fight wore off, reality set in. Annabeth. I screamed over the roar of the wind and the spray. Do the math. Annabeth was clinging to Percy's waist on the lead hippocampus. She looked at her watch, then at the stars, then at the dark horizon of the ocean. It's 3,000 miles to New York, she yelled back. At this speed, we'll make it to the Panama Canal by dawn, but we have to go around the continent. We won't reach the Empire State Building until tomorrow night. Tomorrow night is too late. Percy shouted. The master bolt was strapped to his back, humming like a high-tension wire. If we aren't there by the solstice meeting, Zeus starts World War III. I pulled my hippocampus alongside theirs. We can't go by sea. It's too far. We need a shortcut. There are no shortcuts across a continent. Annabeth argued. Unless we shadow travel, and you're tapped out. I am, I admitted. My magical core felt like a wrung-out sponge. I could maybe light a candle, but jumping 3 people across the country was a one-way ticket to a coma. We need speed. We need altitude. Percy went pale. No. Harry, no. We have to fly, Percy. Zeus will kill us. We're carrying his stolen weapon into his domain. We'll be target practice. He wants the bolt back, I reasoned, though I felt a cold pit in my stomach. He's arrogant, but he's not stupid. If he shoots us down, he loses the bolt in the Rockies. We have to risk it. We don't have a plane. Annabeth pointed out. I looked at the coastline. We were passing the lights of Los Angeles International Airport. I saw the blinking lights of jets taking off and landing. We steal one, I said. We're already criminals. Let's commit grand theft aero. We can't fly a commercial jet. Percy yelled. The mortals. Not commercial, I grinned, though it felt tight. Private. There's a private airfield just north of LAX. Rich people. Celebrities. Fast jets. Percy looked at the bolt, then at me. He took a deep breath. I hate you sometimes, he said. I know, I turned my steed. Hippocampi. To the shore. We hit the beach near a fenced-off private airstrip. It was the kind of place where people who owned islands parked their weekend rides. First things first, Sally. My mom was still groggy from the underworld sleep. We couldn't take her. It was a suicide mission. Mom, Percy said, helping her sit up on the sand. You can't come. It's too dangerous. I'm not leaving you, she mumbled, trying to stand. We're sending you to camp, I said. Grover. I looked around. Grover wasn't there. He was still in the underworld. No, he had surfaced with them. Where was the goat? I'm here. A voice bleated from a clump of seaweed. Grover crawled out, looking green. I hate teleportation bubbles. They spin. Grover, I commanded, handing him a wad of wet cash, mortal money and drachmas. Get her to the bus station. Get her to Long Island. Protect her with your life. But the quest is airborne, I said. You're a satyr. You're grounded. Keep her safe. That's an order. Grover looked at Sally, then at us. He nodded, straightening his Rasta cap. I got this. We'll meet you at the Empire State Building. We hugged them quickly. There was no time for long goodbyes. The sky was already turning a lighter shade of purple in the east. Go, Sally whispered, kissing Percy's cheek and then mine. Run like the wind. Fly like the wind, I corrected. We vaulted the fence. The airfield was quiet. Security was tight, but magical security is different from mortal security. I used a simple confundo on the gate guard, convincing him we were the nephews of a Saudi prince who had forgotten our ID badges. We scanned the tarmac. There were Cessnas, Learjets, and a few helicopters. Too slow, too loud, I muttered, running down the line. Then I saw it. A Gulfstream G650. Sleek, black, aerodynamic. It looked fast standing still. And the engines were running. A pilot was doing a pre-flight check on the stairs. That one, I pointed. How do we get on? Annabeth asked. Ask nicely. I'm done asking, I said. We sprinted across the tarmac. The pilot, a guy in a crisp uniform, looked up as three teenagers charged him. Hey! Restricted area, he shouted. I didn't stop. I pulled my wand. Somnium. The pilot slumped over, asleep before he hit the stairs. I caught him, lowering him gently to the tarmac. Sorry, buddy, I muttered. Take a nap. Harry. Percy hissed. You just knocked out the pilot. Who's going to fly? I am, I said, bounding up the stairs. You. Annabeth followed, looking terrified. You fly brooms. This is a $50 million jet. It has a stick. It has a throttle. It has wings. Same principle. I jumped into the cockpit. It was like looking at the inside of a computer. Screens, dials, buttons everywhere. Okay, I muttered, scanning the controls. Ignition is on. Flaps are here. Throttle is here. This is insane. Percy buckled himself into the co-pilot seat. We're going to die. Annabeth, get in the back. I yelled. Strap in. It's going to be a rough takeoff. I grabbed the throttle. I didn't know the proper procedure. I didn't know about tower clearance. I just knew we needed to be in the air 5 minutes ago. I slammed the throttle forward. The engines roared. The force pinned me to the seat. The jet lurched forward, screaming down the runway. Pull up. Percy yelled, looking at the fence approaching at 150 miles per hour. Not yet, not yet. I watched the speedometer. Now. I pulled back on the yoke. The nose lifted. The wheels left the ground. We cleared the fence by inches, the landing gear clipping the top of the chain link. We were airborne. I banked hard to the east, aiming for the rising sun. The G-force was incredible. We're flying. Percy shouted, gripping the armrest so hard the leather cracked. I hate it. Relax. I leveled the plane out at 30,000 feet. Autopilot engaged. I think. I tapped a button that said AP. The plane steadied. See? I grinned, sweating profusely. Easy. That was when the first lightning bolt hit us. It wasn't a warning shot. It was a kill shot. A massive arc of blue electricity slammed into the left wing. The plane shuddered violently, dropping 500 feet in a second. Alarms blared in the cockpit. Engine 1 failure, a computerized voice screamed. Fire in Engine 1. Zeus found us. Annabeth yelled from the cabin. I looked out the window. The sky, which had been clear a second ago, was now a boiling cauldron of black clouds. Thunderheads were stacking up like mountains, blocking our path. He's throwing a tantrum, I growled. Percy, hold the stick. Keep it level. I don't know how to fly. Just keep the little airplane symbol on the line. I unbuckled. Where are you going? Percy screamed. I have to go outside. Outside? We're at 30,000 feet. I need to draw the fire. I grabbed my wand. If the plane takes another hit, we explode. I need to be a lightning rod. I ran to the main cabin door. Annabeth was clinging to a seat, looking green. Harry, the pressure differential will suck you out. Bubblehead charm. I cast it on myself. A bubble of air formed around my head. Sticking charm on my boots. I grabbed the emergency release lever. Don't do this. Annabeth pleaded. Keep the bolt safe. I yanked the lever. The door blew off. The depressurization was instantaneous. The air inside the cabin was ripped out with a roar like a dragon. Papers, cups, and loose bags flew into the night. I was yanked out with them. But my boots held. The sticking charm glued my soles to the fuselage. I was standing on the side of a jet moving at Mach 0.8. The wind should have flayed the skin off my bones. I raised my wand. Protego tot alum. I cast a shield around my body to deflect the wind shear. It was like standing inside a hurricane, but I could move. I climbed up the fuselage, fighting the drag, until I was standing on the roof of the plane, right between the wings. The view was terrifying. Below, the clouds were a dark ocean. Above, the sky was cracking open. Hey! Uncle! I screamed into the wind, my voice amplified by magic. Is that all you got? Thunder rumbled in response. A face formed in the clouds, a giant, bearded face made of vapor and rage. Zeus! Thieves, the wind howled. Die! Another bolt came down. This one was thick as a redwood tree. I didn't dodge. I raised my wand. The core of my wand, the Nemean lion whisker, pulsed. It was indestructible. Absorbio. The lightning hit my wand. Pain. White-hot, blinding pain surged through my arm. My skeleton lit up. My teeth rattled. It felt like I was being cooked from the inside out. But I held it. I didn't let it touch the plane. I channeled the energy. I couldn't hold it, I had to redirect it. I pointed my wand at the dead engine on the left wing. Reparo. I screamed, using the lightning as a power source. The raw energy flooded the engine. The fire was blown out. The turbine spun up, whining with a pitch that shattered glass. It reignited. Yeah. I yelled, smoke rising from my jacket. We're still flying. But Zeus wasn't alone. From the dark clouds, shapes emerged. Not lightning. Creatures. Harpies. Hundreds of them. But these weren't the scrawny cafeteria ladies from camp. These were storm spirits, Venti, mixed with ancient monsters. They had metal wings and talons that sparked with electricity. They dove at the plane. Oh, come on. I drew my Glock with my left hand. Can't a guy catch a break? The lead harpy screeched, diving for the cockpit windshield. She was going to kill Percy. I fired. The celestial bronze bullet hit her in the wing. She tumbled away into the slipstream. But there were too many. They swarmed the fuselage, clawing at the metal, trying to rip the wings off. Get off my ride. I started running. Running on top of a plane in flight is exactly as stupid as it sounds. I sprinted down the length of the fuselage, firing spells and bullets. Reducto. A harpy exploded into dust. Depulso. I blasted 3 of them off the tail fin. One of them landed in front of me. She was ugly, with a face like a gargoyle and breath that smelled of ozone. She slashed at me. I ducked, the talon shredding the shoulder of my jacket. I swept her legs with a kick, forgetting that I was glued to the roof. I nearly face-planted. She lunged for my throat. Thwack. An arrow sprouted from her chest. A silver arrow. I looked back. Annabeth was leaning out of the open door hatch, strapped in with a cargo net, firing a compound bow she must have found in the emergency kit, or maybe she just conjured it. No, Annabeth always came prepared. Nice shot. I yelled. Behind you. She screamed. I spun around. Aventi, a storm spirit in the shape of a dark angel, was holding a lightning bolt like a javelin. He threw it. It hit the right wing. Boom. The wing didn't fall off, but the aileron, the steering flap, was blasted away. The plane lurched violently to the right, entering a death spiral. Inside the cockpit, Percy was screaming. Harry. I can't control it. We're spinning. I lost my footing. The sticking charm held, but gravity shifted. I was now hanging upside down as the plane rolled. Stabilize it. I yelled into the comms earpiece I had grabbed. I can't. The stick is dead. We were plummeting. The ground was coming up fast. We were over the Midwest now, cornfields and darkness. I had to fix the wing. But I couldn't fix a missing flap with magic. I needed leverage. Percy. Use the water. What water? The clouds. We're in a storm. There's moisture everywhere. Make a wing. Make a wing out of water. Do it. Inside the cockpit, Percy closed his eyes. He reached out with his mind into the storm that was trying to kill us. He grabbed the humidity. He grabbed the rain. Outside, I saw it happen. The water vapor around the right wing condensed. It froze. It formed a sheet of solid ice, extending from the broken metal, shaping itself into a perfect aerodynamic flap. The plane stopped spinning. It leveled out. I did it. Percy gasped. I'm flying an ice cube. Keep it steady. I crawled back toward the hatch. We're not out of this yet. I dove back inside the plane. The wind noise was deafening. I grabbed the handle and slammed the door shut, sealing it with a colloportus spell. I collapsed on the floor, panting. My clothes were shredded. My hair was singed. My arm felt like dead weight. You okay? Annabeth asked, dropping her bow. I feel like I licked a battery, I groaned. How far are we? Annabeth checked the GPS on her phone. We just crossed the Mississippi. We have 2 hours to New York. But the fuel. She pointed to a gauge. The lightning strike ruptured the tank, she said grimly. We're leaking fuel. We won't make it to JFK. How close can we get? New Jersey. Maybe. Close enough, I said, standing up. We crash land in Jersey. We steal a car. We drive the rest. We're going to crash. Percy's voice cracked over the intercom. It's called a tactical landing, Perce. Just keep the ice wing frozen. The next 2 hours were a blur of turbulence and anxiety. I sat in the cockpit with Percy, feeding him chocolate to keep his energy up. Maintaining a solid ice structure at 500 miles per hour was draining him fast. I can see it, Percy whispered. The lights. Ahead of us, the horizon glowed with the amber light of New York City. The promised land. We made it, I breathed. Not yet, Percy pointed to the fuel gauge. Empty. The engines sputtered. Then they died. The silence was worse than the noise. The plane became a heavy glider. We started to drop. We're too low, I said, watching the altimeter unwind. We won't make Jersey. Where then? I looked at the map. I looked at the dark ribbon of water separating New Jersey from Manhattan. The Hudson, I said. We pull a Sully. Water landing. Percy grinned weakly. I can do water. Annabeth. Brace for impact. I yelled. We descended over the city. The skyscrapers rushed up to meet us. It was terrifying and beautiful. We were silent ghosts gliding over the sleeping metropolis. Flaps down. I ordered. Flaps are ice. Percy reminded me. If I lower them, they might shatter. Just hold it together. We hit the river. Percy didn't just let us crash. He smoothed the water. He commanded the river to catch us. The plane slammed into the Hudson, skipping once, twice, like a stone. Water sprayed over the windshield. We slewed sideways, the ice wing shattering on impact, and came to a halt floating near the George Washington Bridge. Evacuate. I unbuckled. The plane will sink. We popped the emergency slides. We slid down into the freezing river. But we didn't get wet. Percy willed the water to keep us dry. We walked on the surface of the Hudson River, looking like 3 very confused messiahs, while the $50 million jet bubbled and sank behind us. Sorry about the jet, I said to the universe. Put it on Ares's tab, Percy panted, adjusting the bolt on his back. We waded to the shore of Manhattan. It was dawn. The sky was turning a pale, sickly gray. What time is it? Annabeth asked. I checked my watch. 5:45 a.m. The Solstice Council starts at 6 o'clock, I said. We have 15 minutes to get from here to the Empire State Building. That's 40 blocks. Annabeth cried. We can't run that fast. We can if we take the subway, Percy suggested. No time for trains, I said. I looked at the street. It was early morning. Traffic was light, but not empty. We need another ride, I said. A taxi pulled up to the curb. A yellow cab. The driver rolled down the window. Need a lift? It wasn't a mortal. It was the Grey sisters again. You! Percy shouted. Get in, the driver, Wasp, screeched. We owe you. You tipped us well. Fate, I muttered. Get in. We piled into the taxi. Empire State Building. I yelled. And don't spare the horses. We don't have horses, we have horsepower. Anger cackled. The taxi peeled out. It drove up onto the sidewalk, knocking over a mailbox. It wove through traffic like a pinball. I'm gonna be sick, Annabeth groaned, clutching the door handle. Hold it in. I watched the digital clock on the dashboard. 5:50 a.m. Faster. I urged. We're doing 80 in a school zone, the driver yelled. Do 100. We screeched around a corner. The Empire State Building loomed ahead, tall and majestic. But the entrance was blocked. Not by cars. By monsters. A phalanx of Dracini, snake women with spears, stood on the steps. And leading them was a giant. A Laestrygonian giant, 8 feet tall, wearing a chaotic mix of flannel and armor. They're guarding the elevator, Percy realized. Kronos' last stand. We don't have time to fight them. Annabeth checked her watch. 5:55 a.m. We don't stop, I said, leaning forward to the driver. Ram them. What? The Grey sister gasped. Ram. Them. I like your style, wizard. The taxi accelerated. The giant raised his club, looking confused as a yellow cab barreled toward him at 90 miles per hour. Crash. The taxi smashed into the giant's shins. He howled, toppling over onto the hood. The Dracini scattered. The car slammed into the revolving doors, shattering the glass and coming to a rest in the lobby of the Empire State Building. Steam hissed from the radiator. The airbags deployed, punching me in the face. I cut my way out of the airbag with my dagger. Go! I shouted. Everyone out. We stumbled out of the wreckage. The lobby was in chaos. Mortals were screaming. The giant was groaning on the floor, trying to get up. Elevator. Percy pointed. We sprinted for the bank of elevators. The guard at the desk, a bored-looking guy reading a book, looked up. Key card, he asked. Percy slammed the master bolt onto the desk. It sparked, frying his computer. This is the key. Percy yelled. 600th floor. Now. The guard's eyes widened. He pressed a button. The elevator doors opened. We dove inside. I hit the button for the 600th floor. The doors began to close. The giant roared, charging across the lobby. He jammed his massive hand between the doors to stop them. You shall not pass, the giant bellowed. Wrong movie, ugly. I drew my wand. Defodio. The gouging spell hit the giant's hand. It carved a chunk out of his stone-like flesh. He screamed, yanking his hand back. The doors slid shut. We began to ascend. The elevator music started playing. It was a soft, instrumental version of Raindrops Keep Fallin' on My Head. We slumped against the walls. We were bruised, battered, soaked in river water, and smelling of ozone and fear. We did it, Percy breathed, clutching the bolt. Not yet, I watched the floor numbers climb. 400, 500. What happens when the doors open? Annabeth asked quietly. We walk into a room full of gods who want to kill us, I said, reloading my Glock. And we tell them to calm down. Simple, Percy laughed nervously. Piece of cake, I agreed. The elevator dinged. 600, the doors opened. A blinding white light spilled out. The smell of ozone was overpowering. And the sound of arguing voices, loud, booming, god-level voices, stopped instantly. We stepped out onto the walkway of Mount Olympus. It was a floating city of marble and gold, suspended in the clouds above Manhattan. It was beautiful. But I wasn't looking at the architecture. I was looking at the throne room ahead. 12 massive thrones. 12 giant beings. And in the center, a fire was burning. "Walk tall," I whispered to Percy. "You're the son of a king." "You too," he said. We marched down the aisle of the gods. Zeus sat in the center. He was wearing a dark blue pinstripe suit that shimmered with lightning. He looked furious. Poseidon sat to his right. He was wearing beach shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. He looked tired, but when he saw us, his eyes lit up with a pride that warmed me more than the sun. "Father," Percy said, stopping at the foot of the thrones. He knelt. I didn't kneel. I was a wizard. We don't kneel. I bowed my head slightly, a mark of respect, not submission. Percy unslung the backpack. He pulled out the master bolt. "We brought it back," Percy said, his voice echoing in the silent hall. "We found the thief." Zeus leaned forward. The air pressure dropped. "And who," the king of gods rumbled, "dared to steal from me?" I stepped forward. "It was a family affair, Lord Zeus," I said. "But the real threat isn't the thief. It's the one who gave the orders." I looked at the gathered gods. I saw Ares looking away, cleaning his fingernails with a knife. He looked nervous. "The Titan Lord rises," I announced. "And he has help." The murmurs started. The gods shifted on their thrones. But before the debate could begin, Zeus stood up. He walked down the steps. He took the bolt from Percy. He stroked the metal. Thunder shook the mountain. "You have done well," Zeus said grudgingly. "But know this, demigods. Returning the bolt saves your lives. It does not save your world." "We know," I said. "The war has just begun." "Then prepare," Zeus turned his back on us. "Because the next time you come here, it may be as soldiers, not heroes." I looked at Percy. We shared a look. We had survived the quest. We had survived the sky battle. But as I looked at the shadows stretching across the marble floor of Olympus, I knew one thing for sure. The shadows were getting longer. And somewhere in the dark, my old enemy and my new enemy were laughing. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The Throne Room and the New War. Standing in front of 12 20-foot-tall beings who control the fundamental forces of the universe is a great way to realize just how small you actually are. It's also a great way to realize that gods are basically just a dysfunctional family with nuclear launch codes and zero therapy. The silence in the throne room of Mount Olympus was heavy enough to crush a diamond. I stood next to Percy, my boots still squelching with Hudson River water, my jacket shredded from the harpies, and my magical core feeling like a battery that had been licked dry. To my left, Annabeth was trying to stand tall, but I could see her trembling. She was facing her mother, Athena, and that was a terrifying prospect on a good day. Zeus sat on the central throne, the master bolt resting across his knees like a rolling pin of mass destruction. He was glaring at us. Not with gratitude, but with the annoyed look of a landlord who just found out his tenants fixed a gas leak he caused. "So," Zeus rumbled, his voice vibrating in my chest cavity. "The thief is revealed. The bolt is returned. And my brothers' experiments are responsible." He wasn't looking at Percy. He was looking at me. Poseidon, sitting in his fisherman's throne, leaned forward. His expression was unreadable, but the air around him smelled of ozone and salt. "Careful, brother. You speak of my son. I speak of an abomination." Zeus stood up, sparking. "A wizard? A carrier of Hecate's petty hedge magic mixed with the blood of the sea? It is unnatural. It breaks the ancient laws. The laws are broken because you let them rot. I shouted. The entire council gasped. Hera looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. Ares, who was nursing a glowing golden wound on his ankle, looked up with a mix of hatred and begrudging respect. Zeus turned his eyes on me. They were literal electric storms. You dare speak, boy. I could vaporize you where you stand. Yeah, you could, I stepped forward, ignoring Annabeth's frantic hand on my arm. But you won't. Because I just saved your throne. We all did. While you were bickering about lightning bolts, Kronos was recruiting. While you were threatening to flood New York, Voldemort was hacking Hephaestus's traps. I pointed at Ares. Ask him, I challenged. Ask the god of war who beat him. Ask him who cut him. All eyes turned to Ares. The war god shifted uncomfortably, his leather trench coat creaking. He wouldn't meet Zeus's eyes. The punk got lucky, Ares grumbled, his voice lacking its usual fire. And the wizard, he fights dirty. He doesn't fight like a hero. I fight to win, I snapped. Which is more than you can say. You were played, Ares. You were a pawn for a titan and a dead wizard. How does that taste? Enough. Poseidon slammed his trident against the floor. The sound was like a depth charge going off. Harry speaks the truth, however bluntly. The boy has done what we could not. He has exposed the alliance. Athena leaned forward, her grey eyes analyzing me like a specimen in a jar. The alliance. This is the most troubling aspect. A Titan Lord and a Dark Lord. Strategic madness. Kronos provides the brute force and the time manipulation, this Voldemort provides the subtlety and the knowledge of mortal magic. He wants the underworld, Percy spoke up, his voice cracking slightly before he found his strength. We saw it. In the orb. Voldemort wants to rule the dead. Kronos wants the living. A partition of the world, Athena nodded slowly. Logical. Terrifyingly logical. So what are we going to do? I asked, looking around the circle. Are we going to sit here and debate while Luke recruits more demigods? While Bellatrix hunts down my friends? Or are we going to fight? We are forbidden from direct interference. Zeus boomed. The ancient laws are a suicide pact. I interrupted again. I was pushing my luck, I knew it. But the adrenaline from the flight was still pumping. If you don't act, you lose. It's that simple. Zeus raised the bolt. The air sizzled. I instinctively reached for my wand, though I knew it was useless against the king of the gods. Peace, father, a smooth voice interjected. Apollo. The sun god was lounging on his throne, wearing Ray-Bans and listening to an iPod. The kid has a point. And he's got style. Did you see that sky battle? He rode a jet like a surfboard. That's good content. He destroyed my sky. Zeus roared. Technically, he fixed your engine, Hephaestus grunted from his mechanical throne. He was tinkering with a metal spider. And he bypassed my trap in Denver. Impressive coding, for a flesh bag. The Parseltongue override, very clever. See? Poseidon smiled, a shark-like grin. They are competent. They are strong. They are worthy. Zeus looked at the other gods. He saw the hesitation. He saw that if he blasted us now, he'd look like a tyrant, not a king. And Zeus cared about his image more than anything. He sat back down slowly. The thunderclouds overhead lightened from apocalyptic black to severe thunderstorm watch. Very well, Zeus grumbled. The bolt is returned. War is averted. For now. He looked at Percy. Perseus Jackson. You have performed a service. We will overlook your existence. You will be allowed to live. Gee, thanks, Percy muttered. And you, Zeus looked at me. Harry Evans. Or Potter. You walk a dangerous path. You bridge two worlds that should remain separate. But, you fought well. You may continue to train at the camp. But do not think you are safe. The sky is my domain. Do not fly in it again. I prefer the subway anyway, I said dryly. Annabeth Chase, Athena spoke. Her voice was cold, intellectual. You have aided these sons of the sea. You have shown wisdom. But beware. Pride is the downfall of every hero. And your attachment to the traitor Luke, it clouds your judgment. Annabeth bowed her head, her face pale. I know, Mother. I fixed it. I fought him. We shall see, Athena said enigmatically. The council is dismissed. Zeus declared. Go. Before I change my mind and turn you all into shrubbery. We didn't need to be told twice. We turned to leave. Harry. Percy. Poseidon's voice stopped us. Stay a moment, the sea god said. The other gods flashed away. One by one, they vanished in pillars of light, fire, or in Ares's case, a cloud of angry steam. Soon, it was just us, Annabeth, who was waiting by the elevator, and our dad. Poseidon shrank down to human size. He looked like a normal guy in his 40s, tan skin, black hair, sea-green eyes, wearing beat-up sandals. But the power radiating off him was immense. It felt like standing next to the ocean at high tide. He walked up to us. He looked at Percy first. He placed a hand on Percy's shoulder. You did well, my son, Poseidon said softly. You have the sea's temper, but also its resilience. I am proud. Percy looked like he was about to cry. He just nodded, swallowing hard. I just wanted to fix it. And you did. Then Poseidon turned to me. He looked me up and down, taking in the wizard robes mixed with mortal clothes, the wand, the gun holster, the scar. Harry, he said. Hey, Dad, I said, feeling awkward. It was one thing to claim him in a battle, it was another to talk to him. You are a strange creation, Poseidon mused, a small smile playing on his lips. When I performed the blood adoption, I did not know what would happen. The magic of your world is rigid. The magic of ours is fluid. I feared they would destroy each other inside you. They try to, sometimes, I admitted. Fire and water. No, Poseidon shook his head. Not fire. Storm. You are the storm, Harry. Percy is the deep, the current, the unmovable force. But you are the hurricane. Violent, unpredictable, and powerful. He reached out and touched the scar on my forehead. His finger was cool and calloused. The pain that usually lived there, the low-level throb of Voldemort's connection, vanished instantly, replaced by a soothing calm. The soul shard that clings to you, Poseidon frowned. It is quiet now. The ocean washes away all stains eventually. Can you remove it? I asked hopefully. Not without killing you, Poseidon said frankly. It is woven too deep. But you can master it. You used the snake language in Denver. You used the shadows on the beach. You are taking his weapons and making them yours. He stepped back, looking at both of us. The war is coming, Poseidon said, his face darkening. Kronos is waking. And this Voldemort, he is a problem I cannot solve. He is outside my domain. You two must be the shield and the sword. Which is which? Percy asked. Poseidon grinned, and for a second, he looked exactly like Percy. That is for you to figure out. Now go. Your mother is waiting. And Harry? Yeah. Next time you steal a jet, try to land it on the runway. The Nereids are still complaining about the pollution in the Hudson. Noted, I smirked. Poseidon dissolved into a mist of sea spray and vanished. We walked back to the elevator. Annabeth was waiting, leaning against the wall, looking exhausted. "You guys okay?" she asked. "We survived," Percy said, hitting the button for the ground floor. "We survived," I repeated. "Now let's go get a burger. I think I've earned a cheeseburger the size of my head." The reunion with Sally Jackson was less dramatic than the Council of the Gods, but about 1,000 times more emotional. Grover had done his job. He'd gotten her to a small diner near the bus station in Manhattan. When we walked in, she dropped her coffee cup and practically tackled Percy. "I'm okay, Mom," Percy muffled into her shoulder. "I'm okay." She hugged me next, squeezing the breath out of me. "You crazy, reckless boys. You jumped off the arch. You flew in a storm." "We had to," I said, smelling her perfume and feeling grounded for the first time in weeks. "It was the only way." We ate. We ate like starving wolves. Burgers, fries, shakes, pie. Grover ate the silverware, the napkins, and a plastic flower arrangement. "So," Grover said, burping and sounding like a goat. "We did it. Quest complete. World saved." "For now," Annabeth reminded us, stealing a fry from my plate. "Luke is still out there. He has the helm." "Hades isn't going to be happy about that," I noted. "Hades can wait," Percy said. "I just want to go to camp. I want to sleep in my cabin. I want to not be shot at for like, 2 days. 2 days sounds ambitious," I laughed. "I give it 12 hours before Clarice tries to dunk you in the toilet." "I'd like to see her try," Percy grinned. "I'm the son of the Earthshaker now. Toilets fear me." We took the train back to Long Island. It was a quiet ride. We watched the sunset over the city we had just saved. When we got to Half-Blood Hill, the camp was waiting. Word travels fast when you're a demigod. The sentries had seen us coming. By the time we crested the hill, past the pine tree where Talia slept, the entire camp was gathered in the valley. They cheered. It wasn't polite applause. It was a roar. Campers were banging swords against shields. Satyrs were playing victory tunes on their pipes. The Apollo cabin was shooting fireworks into the sky. Chiron was waiting at the bottom of the hill. He looked relieved, his tail swishing back and forth. "Heroes," he announced. "They return." They lifted us on their shoulders. I was hoisted up by the Hephaestus cabin, probably because I hacked their trap, and they respected the hustle. Percy was carried by the Hermes cabin, his old bunkmates. Annabeth was surrounded by her siblings. We were paraded to the mess hall. The shrouds that had been prepared for us, green for me and Percy, gray for Annabeth, were burned in the campfire, but not in mourning. In victory. We feasted. We drank bug juice. We told the story. I exaggerated the size of the chimera, it was big, but I made it Godzilla-sized. Percy acted out the water fight with Ares. Annabeth described the logic puzzle of the airport theft. For a night, we were legends. But later, as the fire burned down to embers and the campers drifted off to their cabins, the mood shifted. I sat by the fire, poking the coals with a stick. Percy sat next to me. Annabeth was across from us, staring into the flames. "He's really gone, isn't he?" Annabeth whispered. She meant Luke. "He chose his side, Annabeth," I said gently. "It wasn't your fault." "He was my family," she said, a tear tracing a line through the soot on her cheek. "Before camp. Before everything. It was me, him, and Talia. Now Talia is a tree, and Luke is, a monster." "He's not a monster," Percy said. "He's confused. He's angry. We can still save him." "I don't know," Percy, I looked at the fire. I saw his eyes on the beach. That wasn't confusion. That was conviction. He believes in Kronos. And with Voldemort whispering in his ear, that's a toxic mix. Voldemort, Chiron said, trotting up to us out of the darkness. A name I hoped never to hear in this valley. He's here, Chiron, I said, looking up at the centaur. He's not dead. He's a spirit. He's advising Luke. He's teaching them dark magic. That's how they bypassed the protections. That's how they navigated the labyrinth to get around. Chiron sighed, a sound that carried the weight of millennia. Then the great prophecy is in motion. The worlds are colliding. Wizards and demigods. We need to be ready, I said. The camp needs to change. We need to train differently. Swords aren't enough anymore. They have spells. They have curses. And what do you suggest, Harry? Chiron asked. I teach, I said. I teach them defense. Not defense against the dark arts. Defense against everything. I teach them how to dodge a killing curse. I teach them how to fight when they're blind, deaf, and terrified. A defense association. Annabeth managed a weak smile. Dumbledore's army? Poseidon's platoon, Percy suggested. Let's workshop the name, I groaned. The next few weeks were a blur of summer ending. The bead ceremony was held on the last night. The bead for this summer was black, with a green trident and a golden lightning bolt crossed in the center. The summer of the thief. I stood in line as the counselors handed them out. When it was my turn, Luke wasn't there to give it to me. A frantic-looking Travis Stoll handed me the leather necklace. Good job, Harry, Travis said nervously. Sorry about our brother. Trying to kill you and all. Don't worry about it, Travis, I said, tying the necklace around my neck. Just don't steal my wallet. No promises. That night, I was packing my trunk in the Poseidon cabin. It was just me and Percy now. We had the whole place to ourselves. It was cool, but also kind of lonely. The bunk beds were empty. The fountains bubbled softly. So, Percy said, sitting on his bed. You going back? To the school? Hogwarts? I paused, holding a stack of spellbooks. I don't know. Dumbledore. He wants me back. The Ministry wants me arrested. It's a mess. You could stay, Percy said quickly. Chiron said you can stay year-round. We can train. We can hang out. I have to go back, Percy, I said, sitting down next to him. Voldemort is a wizard problem. His roots are there. If I stay here, I'm hiding. And I don't hide. But you'll come back. Next summer. Try and stop me. There was a knock on the cabin door. I opened it. No one was there. But lying on the porch was a package. A long, broom-shaped package wrapped in brown paper. And a letter. I picked it up. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew that handwriting. It was messy, scrawled, and frantic. Harry, I heard about the stunt in St. Louis. Jumping off the arch. You really are James's son. You're giving me gray hairs, and I'm a dog. I'm laying low. The tropics. Nice weather, but the rats are huge. Remus sent word about the Ministry. They're spinning lies. Fudge is terrified. He thinks you're building an army in America. Let him think it. I found this in a magical shop in Brazil. It's a prototype. Faster than the Nimbus. You're going to need speed where you're going. Keep your wand close. Keep your brother closer. The storm is coming, kiddo. And we're going to be right in the middle of it. Love, Padfoot. I tore open the paper. Inside was a broomstick. But not just any broom. The handle was ash wood, polished to a diamond sheen. The tail twigs were aerodynamic birch. The gold lettering near the stirrups gleamed in the moonlight. Firebolt. Whoa, Percy breathed, looking over my shoulder. Is that a flying broom? It's the fastest broom in the world, I whispered, running my hand over the wood. 0 to 150 in 10 seconds. Can I ride it? If you promise not to crash it into the lake. I looked out at the ocean. I felt a surge of hope. Sirius was watching. Remus was out there. I had a brother. I had a god for a father who actually gave a damn. And I had the fastest ride on the planet. Kronos wanted a war. Voldemort wanted a fight. Let them come. Meanwhile, in a location that does not exist on any map. The cave was damp. It smelled of sulfur and ancient rot. Luke Castellan knelt on the stone floor. He was bleeding from the fight on the beach, but he didn't care. He held the helm of darkness in his hands. My lord, Luke whispered. It is done. The seeds of distrust are sown. Olympus is fractured. From the shadows, a golden sarcophagus glowed. The presence coming from it was so heavy it made the air hard to breathe. Good, the voice of Kronos rasped. It sounded like a knife scraping against bone. You have done well, servant. But the bolt. Luke hesitated. They returned it. The bolt is a trinket, the Titan hissed. A distraction. We have what we need. We have the anger of the dispossessed. A second figure stepped out of the shadows. A spirit, vague and smoky, hovering over the ground. Lord Voldemort. And the boy. Voldemort's high, cold voice echoed in the cave. Potter. He grows strong. Too strong. He wields the sea and the wand. He is a variable, Kronos admitted. A chaos factor. But chaos can be used. His anger, his pride, we will turn it against him. Luke looked up. His eyes were gold. How? Voldemort floated closer. The smoke formed a face, a snake-like visage with slit pupils. We take what he loves, Voldemort hissed. We take the school. We take the camp. And we take the brother. Luke flinched. Percy. The sea spawn is the key, Kronos rumbled. The prophecy speaks of a decision. We will ensure he makes the wrong one. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped into the light. She was nursing her shoulder where the water trident had pierced her. She looked deranged, happy. I will hunt them, she promised, caressing her wand. I will break them. One by one. Patience, Kronos commanded. The pieces are moving. The golden fleece calls. The sea of monsters awaits. Let the little heroes celebrate their victory. It will be their last. The golden light of the sarcophagus flared, plunging the cave into blinding brilliance. Luke smiled. A cold, cruel smile. Let the games begin. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 10, The Throne Room and the New War. The elevator music was the worst part. You'd think the gateway to the seat of ultimate cosmic power would have a better soundtrack than a pan flute cover of Raindrops Keep Fallin' on My Head, especially when you're ascending 600 floors in a metal box that smells like wet dog, river sludge, and ozone. I leaned against the brass railing, trying to wring out the hem of my shirt. A puddle of Hudson River water was forming around my combat boots. Percy was slumped in the corner, clutching the master bolt against his chest like a teddy bear that could nuke a city. Annabeth was checking her reflection in the polished metal doors, frantically trying to wipe soot off her face. Do I look okay? She asked, her voice tight. My mom, she notices details. If I look sloppy, she'll lecture me on efficiency before she even says hello. You look like you just fought a war, jumped out of a plane, and crashed a taxi into a giant, I said, checking the magazine of my Glock. It was empty. I holstered it anyway. Which is accurate. It's a strong look. Very heroic chic. I think I have algae in my ear, Percy groaned, tilting his head and hitting the side of it with his palm. Better than having a lightning bolt in your ear, I pointed out. The digital display above the door ticked upward. 598, 599. 600, the bell dinged. It was a cheerful, innocent sound that completely failed to prepare us for what was on the other side. The doors slid open. I expected a room. Maybe a big hall. What I didn't expect was a floating city that made Hogwarts look like a garden shed. Mount Olympus wasn't just a place, it was an assault on the senses. The path ahead of us was paved with stones that didn't just reflect light, they seemed to generate it. Massive columns of white marble rose into a sky that was a perfect, impossible blue, not the smoggy gray of New York below, but the blue of high-altitude flight. Nymphs and minor gods were everywhere. Some were lounging by fountains that sprayed liquid gold. Others were hawking ambrosia on stick skewers like street vendors. A satyr in a toga jogged past us, holding a clipboard and yelling into a Bluetooth headset made of woven vines. "Make way," he shouted at a group of dryads. "Lord Zeus is in a mood. The humidity is messing with his perm." We stepped out of the elevator. The air was thin, crisp, and smelled of burning cedar and electricity. "Don't gawk," Annabeth whispered, nudging me. "Walk like you belong here. Gods respect confidence. They eat insecurity for breakfast." "I'm not gawking," I lied, staring at a palace that seemed to be made entirely of crystal. "I'm assessing structural weaknesses." "Liar," Percy smirked. "Come on. The throne room is at the top." We marched. It was a long walk, winding up the side of the godly mountain. I could feel eyes on us. The minor deities stopped their conversations to stare. We were a mess, bruised, bleeding, dripping water, but we were carrying the most powerful weapon in the universe. That bought us some space. We reached the massive silver gates of the throne room. They were 3 times the height of the entrance to the Great Hall at Hogwarts. "Ready?" Percy asked. He looked pale. The weight of the bolt was clearly getting to him physically, or maybe it was just the daddy issues kicking in. "We survived the underworld and the sky," I said, straightening my dragon-hide jacket. "These are just the managers. Let's file a complaint." I pushed the gates open. They swung inward silently, defying physics with their weight. The throne room was an inverted U-shape of massive chairs, thrones, surrounding a central hearth where a fire crackled with flames the color of a sunset. The ceiling wasn't stone, it was the actual sky, shifting with constellations that moved in real time. And sitting on the thrones were the 12 Olympians. They were in their giant forms, 20 feet tall, radiating power that made the hair on my arms stand up. It felt like standing inside a microwave. The sheer pressure of their auras was heavy, a physical weight pressing down on my shoulders. Zeus sat in the center. He wore a dark blue pinstripe suit that looked like it was woven from storm clouds. His beard was neatly trimmed, crackling with static. His eyes were solid gray rain. He looked furious. To his right was Poseidon. He was dressed like he was heading to a Jimmy Buffett concert, khaki shorts, a Hawaiian shirt with parrots on it, and leather sandals. But his face was hard, his sea-green eyes scanning us with intense scrutiny. He held a trident that hummed with a low, deep vibration I could feel in my teeth. To the left was Hera, looking like a beauty queen who had just smelled something rotten. Ares was there, polishing a knife the size of a surfboard, sporting a bandage on his ankle that glowed golden. Athena leaned forward, her eyes calculating, dissecting us. The silence stretched. It was agonizing. Percy stepped forward. He walked right up to the hearth, ignoring the heat. He shrugged the backpack off his shoulder, unzipped it, and pulled out the metal cylinder. The master bolt. He knelt. "Lord Zeus," Percy's voice echoed, sounding small in the vast room. I have returned your property. Zeus didn't speak. He stood up. The movement caused a clap of thunder that shook the floor. He walked down the steps of the dais, shrinking until he was human-sized, though still 6'5" and imposing. He snatched the bolt from Percy's hands. Zeus held it up. A wave of electricity washed over the room. The lights flickered. The fire in the hearth roared green. I felt the fillings in my teeth buzz. You cut it close, boy, Zeus rumbled. The sun is past the meridian. I was preparing the inundation. We got held up, Percy said, standing up. He didn't back down. By your brother. And your son. Zeus narrowed his eyes. Explanations. Now. We didn't steal it, I stepped up beside Percy. We were framed. Ares had it. He was moving it for someone else. Lies. Ares roared from his throne. He slammed his fist on the armrest. The punk is lying. I was trying to help them. Help us? I spun around to face the war god. You tried to kill us in Denver. You rigged a trap in a water park. You sent a boar after us. And you fought us on the beach in Santa Monica. And you lost. Ares sneered. Check your ankle, tough guy, I shot back. That limp says otherwise. A few of the gods hid smiles. Apollo coughed into his hand to cover a laugh. Hermes looked impressed. Silence. Zeus bellowed. Ares, you will be silent. Let the wizard speak. He said, wizard, like it was a slur. Like he was saying, cockroach. It wasn't just Ares, I said, turning back to the king. Ares was a pawn. The real thief was Luke Castellan. Son of Hermes. Hermes flinched on his throne. His face fell, the jovial expression vanishing. Luke. Hermes whispered. No. Not Luke. He confessed, Annabeth said, stepping forward. Her voice shook, but she held her ground. He's working for Kronos. He stole the bolt and the helm of darkness to start a war between you and Poseidon. He wanted to weaken Olympus. Kronos, Zeus muttered the name. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. My father is in the pit. He is sliced into 1,000 pieces. He's reforming, Percy said. We felt him. In the underworld. In our dreams. He's waking up. And he has help. This was the part one was dreading. The part where I had to explain why my baggage was suddenly their problem. There's a spirit helping him, I said. A human spirit. A dark wizard named Voldemort. Athena leaned forward. I have heard this name. A mortal terrorist from the British Isles. What is his connection to the Titan Lord? It's a trade, I explained. Kronos provides the raw power, the ability to manipulate time and bypass ancient protections. Voldemort provides the precision. He knows how to hack magic. He modified Hephaestus's traps. He guided Luke through the labyrinth. Kronos wants the surface world. Voldemort wants the underworld. They're carving up reality between them. Impossible, Hera scoffed. A mortal wizard cannot bargain with a titan. He's not mortal anymore, I said grimly. He's a parasite. And he's using Luke as a host for his knowledge. Poseidon spoke up for the first time. The boy speaks the truth, brother. I have felt the disturbance in the deep. The ancient sea spirits are restless. Something is stirring in the dark. Zeus paced back and forth, the master bolt tapping against his leg. This is disturbing. But the bolt is returned. The immediate threat of war is over. Is it? I challenged. Luke got away. He still has Hades's helm. You think he's just going to give it back? They're regrouping. They're going to recruit more demigods. They're going to build an army while you sit here and polish your chairs. Watch your tone, Evans. Zeus snapped, sparks flying from his beard. You are a guest here. A tolerated anomaly. Do not presume to lecture the council. I'm not lecturing, I said, feeling the anger bubble up, that cold, oceanic rage mixed with the hot fire of my wand core. I'm warning you. We fought for this. We bled for this. If you ignore this, the next time we come here, it won't be to return a weapon. It'll be to defend the ruins. Zeus raised the bolt. For a second, I thought he was going to blast me. I tensed, my hand twitching toward my wand, knowing it would be useless but refusing to die without a fight. Peace, Father, Artemis spoke from her throne. She looked like a 12-year-old girl, but her eyes were ancient. The boy has a warrior's spirit. He is insolent, yes, but he is not wrong. The threat is real. Zeus lowered the bolt. He glared at me. You are dangerous, Harry Potter. You carry the blood of the sea and the magic of Hecate. You are a bridge between worlds that should not touch. But, you have served Olympus today. He turned to Percy. And you? You have proven that my brother did not steal the bolt. I will, defer my wrath. You shall be spared. Gee, thanks, Percy muttered. However, Zeus turned back to me, a nasty glint in his eye. I cannot allow a wizard to roam unchecked in my domain. You created chaos in the sky. You hijacked a vessel. You drew lightning into yourself. I saved the bolt, I argued. You insulted the sky. Zeus thundered. From this day forth, Harry Evans, you are grounded. If you ever fly in my domain again, be it by plane, winged horse, or magical broomstick, I will blast you out of the air. Do you understand? My jaw tightened. No flying. For a seeker, that was like cutting off a leg. I understand, I gritted out. I prefer the subway anyway. Then go, Zeus waved his hand dismissively. The council is adjourned. I have a solstice to celebrate. The gods began to shimmer. One by one, they vanished. Ares gave me a throat-slitting gesture before dissolving into nuclear fire. Athena gave Annabeth a curt nod before disappearing in a swirl of owls. Soon, only Poseidon remained. He shrank down and walked over to us. He looked tired. The lines around his eyes were deep. Dad, Percy said. Percy, Poseidon smiled. It was a genuine, warm smile that made him look 10 years younger. You did well. You didn't drown. I almost did, Percy admitted. A few times. That is the way of the sea, Poseidon put a hand on Percy's shoulder. We are battered, but we do not break. He turned to me. He didn't touch me, but he looked at me with a strange intensity. And you, Poseidon said. The storm that walks. Is that my nickname now? I asked. It fits, Poseidon chuckled. You have shaken things up, Harry. Zeus is afraid of you. That is a dangerous place to be, but a powerful one. He banned me from flying, I said bitterly. He banned you from the sky, Poseidon corrected, a twinkle in his eye. He said nothing about hovering. Or jumping really high. Or, other methods. He winked. The war is coming, Poseidon became serious again. Kronos is patient. He will wait. Go back to camp. Train. Prepare. And Harry? Yeah. Keep an eye on the shadows. Your enemy is not just in the past. He is hunting you. I know, I said, touching the scar on my forehead. I can feel him. Go, Poseidon commanded gently. Your mother is waiting. The party at Camp Half-Blood that night was legendary. When we walked over the hill, the entire camp was there to meet us. They lifted us onto their shoulders. I was carried by the Hephaestus cabin. They were apparently huge fans of how I hacked their trap in Denver. Percy was surfed over the crowd by the Hermes guys. Annabeth was mobbed by her siblings. The mess hall was decorated with banners. The satyrs were playing a funk version of victory songs. The dryads were dancing on the tables. We burned the burial shrouds they had made for us. Percy's was green with a trident. Mine was black with a lightning bolt, ironic, and a wand. Seeing them turn to ash in the campfire felt like shedding a skin. We weren't the same kids who left a week ago. Chiron stood at the head table, raising a goblet. To the quest, he toasted. To the heroes. To the heroes, the camp roared back. I sat at the Poseidon table with Percy. It was just the two of us. It felt weirdly empty, but also right. We did it, Percy said, piling brisket onto his plate. We actually did it. Don't get used to it, I said, grabbing a goblet of blue cherry Coke. This is the calm before the storm. Luke is still out there. The mood at the mention of Luke was complicated. The Hermes cabin was quiet. Some of them looked angry at us for accusing him, others looked devastated. Luke had been their leader, their big brother. The betrayal cut deep. After dinner, the bead ceremony took place. The counselors went down the line, handing out the leather necklaces with the painted clay beads. This year's bead was black, with a green trident in the center. The year of the son of the sea. When I got mine, I tied it next to the nothingness on my neck. It was my first bead. My first mark of belonging. Welcome to the family, officially, Percy grinned, showing off his matching necklace. It's a weird family, I said. But I've had worse. Later that night, the celebration wound down. The campers drifted off to their cabins. The harpies started their patrol to eat stragglers. I was in the Poseidon cabin, packing my bag. I wasn't leaving for good. Chiron had offered me a year-round spot, but I needed to head into the city for a few days to help Mom get settled and maybe check on the magical underground in New York for news of Voldemort. You sure you have to go? Percy asked from his bunk. He was tossing a rubber ball against the ceiling. Just for a bit, I said, folding my shredded dragonhide jacket. I need to get this repaired. And I need to buy more ammo. Those celestial bronze rounds aren't cheap. There was a knock on the door frame. Delivery, a voice said. It was Grover. He was holding a long, thin package wrapped in brown paper. He looked nervous but happy. This came for you, Harry, Grover said. By owl. A really big owl. It nearly bit my ear off. For me. I frowned. I wasn't expecting mail. I took the package. It was heavy. I recognized the shape instantly. I tore off the paper. Wood polished to a gleam. Gold twigs. Aerodynamic footrests. A broomstick. But not just any broomstick. The handle was made of ash, diamond hard and etched with runes for stability. The registration number was stamped in gold leaf near the top. Firebolt. No way, I breathed. Is that a broom? Percy sat up. It looks fast. It's the fastest broom in the world, I said, running my hand over the bristles. It goes from 0 to 150 in 10 seconds. It has an unbreakable braking charm and perfect balance. A letter fell out of the wrapping. I picked it up. The handwriting was messy, frantic, and familiar. Harry, I heard about the sky battle. Riding a jet. You really are James's son. You're trying to give me a heart attack, and I'm already living on borrowed time. I'm laying low. The tropics. Nice weather, but the giant rats are a nuisance. Remus sent word about the ministry. Fudge is spinning lies. He thinks you're building an army in America. Let him think it. I found this in a magical shop in Brazil. It's a prototype. I know Zeus grounded you. I also know you. Don't fly high. Fly fast. Stay low. Keep your wand close. Keep your brother closer. The storm is coming, kiddo. And we're going to be right in the middle of it. Love, Padfoot. I felt a lump in my throat. Serious. He was watching. He was out there. Who's it from? Percy asked. My godfather, I said, clutching the letter. The convict. The cool convict. The coolest. I looked at the broom. Zeus had banned me from flying in his domain. But skimming the treetops. Flying 5 feet off the ground at 150 miles per hour. That was a gray area. And I thrived in gray areas. Well, Percy said, yawning. At least we have a break now. No monsters. No quests. Just capture the flag and Esmores. Yeah, I said, placing the firebolt gently on my trunk. Peace and quiet. But as I looked out the window at the dark waters of the Long Island Sound, I knew it was a lie. The silence wasn't peace. It was holding its breath. Somewhere in the darkness. The cave didn't have a name. It didn't have coordinates. It existed in the spaces between the Earth's crust, deep in the ancient tunnels that led to the pit of Tartarus. It was cold here. A wet, bone-chilling cold that gnawed at the soul. Luke Castellan knelt on the rough stone floor. He was stripped to the waist, his body covered in new scars from the battle on the beach. He was sweating, despite the cold. In front of him rested a golden sarcophagus. It radiated a light that was painful to look at, a sickly, burning gold that distorted the air around it. My lord, Luke whispered, his head bowed. The camp, they celebrate. Let them, the voice from the coffin rasped. It sounded like boulders grinding together deep underground. Let the little heroes have their party. Let them think they have won. Luke looked up. His eyes, once blue, now flickered with a molten gold light. But the bolt is returned. Zeus is pacified. The bolt was a toy, Kronos hissed. A distraction. While they looked at the sky, we moved the earth. The seeds of distrust are sown. The gods saw the wizard. They saw the anomaly. They fear him. From the shadows of the cave, a figure emerged. It wasn't human. It was a wraith, a smoky silhouette that barely held a humanoid shape. 2 red slits burned where eyes should be. Lord Voldemort. The boy grows strong, Voldemort's high, cold voice echoed off the cavern walls. He wields the wand with the aggression of a soldier. And the sea blood, it makes him resilient. He is a problem, Kronos agreed. But every hero has a flaw. And his flaw is his loyalty. He protects the brother, Luke said, his voice hard. Percy. Yes, Kronos mused. The sea spawn is the anchor. If we break the anchor, the wizard will drown in his own rage. Voldemort floated closer to Luke. The spectral face leaned down, inches from Luke's nose. We need a new plan, the Dark Lord hissed. The direct approach failed. We need infiltration. We need to rot the sanctuary from the inside. The tree, Luke said, a cruel smile touching his lips. Talia's tree. It protects the camp. Precisely, Kronos purred. Poison the root, and the walls fall. Poison the tree, and the monsters will come to the feast. Luke stood up. He walked over to a stone table where the Helm of Darkness sat. Next to it was a small vial of green liquid. It glowed with a toxic, radioactive light. Elder python venom. The most potent poison in the mythological world. I will do it, Luke promised. I will poison the pine. I will bring the barrier down. Go, Kronos commanded. The golden fleece awaits in the sea of monsters. But first, let us turn their sanctuary into a graveyard. Luke grabbed the vial. He turned to the exit of the cave, looking out into the night. "Happy summer, Percy," Luke whispered. "Enjoy it while it lasts." He stepped into the shadows and vanished. The sarcophagus glowed brighter. The wraith of Voldemort laughed, a high, shrieky sound that made the stalactites tremble. The war for the lightning was over. The war for the camp had just begun. Chapter 10 End.